Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? How are you doing? Uh, Here we are. Hello. It is the day. The day. It's been so long since we played this game. I think it's been literally like 20 days. Almost 3 weeks since we played this game. How did that happen? Who let that happen? You saying it's me? Because I'm the streamer? No, 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 no. No. I have banana. I want to eat banana. Banana. Wah. Banan. Banan. Hope y'all are doing well. I'm chilling. Games all being esoterically. I wonder if esoterically beautiful is an apt description. Maybe ethereal. Ethereally beautiful? Maybe. But that feels like a bigger jumble in my mouth. Like this banana. Honestly, a banana is the least jumbling thing to put in your mouth. That is true. Because like you put a banana in a smoothie and you can put it in with anything else. The only thing you're gonna taste is a banana. So whenever you eat a banana in anything, you know what it's gonna taste like. There's never gonna be a question of what the banana's gonna taste like. You always know. So it's always the safest option. Okay, I'm gonna fucking clip that bullshit. Alright. Very good. Thank you, Mummy Mummer. What if you don't like banana? Well, you're shit out of luck. Cavendish died for you to have that banana. You know how many governments were toppled in South America for you to have that banana? You ungrateful little shit. Fuck. You like banana, but your best friends both don't. Well, we appreciate lesbians here. It's fine. Do you think they would like the banana better if they had seeds in them? Right? Is it just like there's a difference between pre-vasectomy versus post-vasectomy banana? We still have bananas that have seeds in them, right? We don't just have the Cavendish, do we? I don't know enough about banana history. Well, I know a little bit about banana history, but not the type that we are discussing with the whole Cavendish thing. Okay. Press any button. Goblin Garden. Session notes. I love the session notes. You've arrived in Tolstad via waking up in a morgue. You've picked up a goblin sidekick, and now? Well, now you need to focus on the actual job. First of all, you still need to get inside. Entered in the middle of the big, open outside area. If you find yourself stuck, there probably should be some other ways of getting inside. Beyond that, you've also got the owner to track down. From what you've heard about this guy, he could have already left the city. Though maybe, if you're lucky, you can catch him before he hops onto the next ship down on Waterlane. But nothing so far has given you any decisive evidence. Everything about this stinks. From Chris. You don't know, the one is more of a veggie than fruit girl, and the other is not for overly sweet things. And apparently bananas are overly sweet. Well, how does she handle you then, Logi? uh... Oh, wow. That was also overly sweet. If you say so. Can I? I need her. Human? Goodbye. Overly sweet, a little too much? Yeah. That was the point. To be awful at all times is my main goal in life. A tunnel to Central Tolstad. A tunnel to the lower lair. A tunnel to the river. You might want to take the river. What is the lower lair? Oh shit. It's the other way around, past the zombie. Slightly broken standard issue with guard, sword or something. It's mine now. It can make me more fascist, but less, communist. Crate filled with sand. Let's talk to it. You approach a crate full of sand. Wow, I've forgotten how, you know, dexterity, he was a little... He's not super, like, everything with, like, the sort of transatlanticism as, like, the wisdom is, but he's kind of a quick-talking guy. They've imported sand to Norvik? For what, glass blowing? Okay. Hey, Snow, what's up with this weird crate of sand? Okay, I don't remember how this guy sounded either. The goblin glances over at what you're doing. Let's see. That's, His eyes shoot open, very, very wide. Nope! Back off! Right now! He pushes you away from it. Listen to him. He is above you. Oh, that bad, huh? Yep, do not touch that shit. The two of you are a few steps away from the crate. He takes a breath. That cleric is a crate of mosquito sand. Without explaining further, the goblin sneaks up behind the crate and grabs the lid. Moving more carefully than you've ever seen him move before, he gently places the lid on top of the crate once more. Something must have startled it to make it push open the lid like that. He wipes some sweat from his brow. What would it have done to me if... from what I understand, it would have choked you, drained you of blood, and slowly mushed you inside that crate. Sounds like a good weekend. Now, let's leave it the fuck alone. Oogie. An almost empty box, except for the stale treat and a pouch. Ooh, treat. I ate one of those out of the garbage earlier. Top Ronmen contributed to CC's Monster Lover tier list. Thank you, Top Ronmen. You're doing your part. Basket of apples. Some look okay-ish. I have to remind everyone that if the challenge fails, you will be getting all those points refunded. So there's no reason not to spend those points unless you're impatient and want those points immediately. A glow glass. Very calm. No, I don't want to talk to you. I want to see what this is. I'm trying to figure out the stairs. Far into the city below. I don't think I want to go to the city below. I want to be by, what is it, Water Lane or whatever? Because someone asked me to be there. Because shit is going down tonight, so I need to be there. Shit is going down. This takes me to the river. I want to go check out the river. And we might be able to get a key for my bike. I don't know. There's just a little goblin boy looking down with like a newsy hat. Good for him. A long tunnel going towards the holes? What the fuck are the holes? Okay. A winding path leads outside eventually. Pillar crossing. Okay, I don't know if I should be here. The slit mailbox says Snell. HWBT, so that's his home? A rough carving on the door says RNA. His office? What is this, Snell? Snell's pad. Okay, it is his home. It's a bit high up. I can't reach that from here. Why the hell not? Expensive material. Alright, he's got an expensive bed. A mass-produced glowstone lantern. Since when do I have to ask that? What are the holes? I'm just gonna say that's what you were responding to. Well, sometimes I don't know if I have the right hole or not. It appears to be non-functional. Hey, Snell, you need help fixing this thing? That's okay, cleric. The goblin does not know what's best for him. He doesn't know what's best for him. I'll take charge. I've been thinking a lot about Pazzo and Lucky from Waiting for Godot. And, you know, as we all know, the sub, the masochist, is always in charge of the dom, the sadist. And so, since I'm in charge, what I'm saying is, I'm Snell's sub. You spend a few minutes looking it over, realizing a bit later than you should have that there is an esoteric effect on the lantern itself. Investigating it further reveals the issue, the glowstone's connection with the flimsy metal plate around it. While the heat remained, and the stone is quite hot, its weak esoteric light was esoterically spread out across the full surface of the lantern, instead of focused on the glowstone itself. I don't like that intelligence used esoteric twice in the same sentence. Maybe it's a wisdom thing not to do that? Who knows? Reattach it. With a quick snap, light returns to the lantern. Such a simple solution. You should have come up with it quicker. I fixed the lamps now. Thanks. He gives you a thumbs up. Such gratitude. I'm so good at tinkering with stuff. You're slightly above average, which says more about the average than it does about you. Intelligence, you know I'm the best. I just looked over at my Twitch page and it said I had 0 followers for a moment. So, I'm happy to let you know that we've just gained 106 followers in the matter of like 2 seconds. We're growing so fast. Nice. I am the best. You do not need to relieve yourself. Thank you. Bagatelli. The goblin has some good taste then. One of Snell's boxes. Give me your box. Snell's work. And it all leads to your queen? Let's like look around. So HWBT, that's like the Goblin clan. Yeah, they got little drawings. That looks like the little huntress from Fiona and Cake Season 2. Very cool. Yo, that's basically me and the Gobbo. Very cool. Very cool. Alright, let's check out the murder board. You stand before a wooden board covered in sketches of various people, each of them connected via long red threads. Look closer. You see several faces you recognize, and some you don't. A birdman with a black and white pattern, along with a note, tea shop owner. A bulky merman with the text, rival? No, unambitious. A stout-looking dwarf in uniform with a hammer symbol in the corner. Patron? Interesting. Okay. So probably the dwarf guy we ran into. That's Thalys. Okay, I don't know. How would you pronounce it? Would it be Thalas? I can't remember his name even. I remember it being Greek for ocean. But, I feel like it might have a little bit more to it than just being Thalas. Thalys? I'll call him Terry. A stylish orc with a Free Strider heart symbol in the corner. Completely unaffiliated. Suspicious. Going the little finger route of, why would I kill him? That's exactly it. Because I had no reason to. I had to kill him. A pale man holding a skull. No motive. Hamlet? A human with a fancy beard and a fish symbol in the corner. Suppressing info. Beware. And finally, look over the central piece. The beautiful rendition of Lady Sageleaf herself. Her note reads, enemies? Spies? City's conspiracy? Interesting. Alright, let's go to his bed. You stand before a simple bed frame. Thanks, bed. Look at the mattress. It's extra thick. Probably expensive. This material goes for extra in every outlet. However, the claim that these contain silk is ridiculous. Silk. These are threads spun by the elusive incorporeal giant spiders of the Imian burrow forest. It is useful material in all manner of factory settings. Interesting. Anything over a tiny fraction would make the bed half invisible. A scam, then. Pretty damn good scam. Thanks, bed. Can we say thanks, bed, instead have good bed from now on? He sure is the type to have a photo of himself on the wall. Family. Why is it too far away? I really need to go to a library and get Mage Hand. Let's talk to Snow. I like to thank my bed. I thank my bed every time it doesn't break. You never know. Welcome to my pad. Go ahead. Run around as much as you want. Don't mind if you do. Sarcasm. Oh, so I can have some of your stuff? No, and don't touch anything. I already have. He sighs. I'm not sure how this is in any way useful for the job, but let me know when you're done looking around. Looking! Nothing else! How much is the rent? Not so bad, thanks to the old lady. She looks after her own. Not every goblin is so lucky. What do you mean? You know, there are 3 tribes in the city, right? The halfways get by real well, thanks to Lady Sageleaf. That's short for the Halfway Bridge tribe, okay. But it didn't used to be that way. And most goblins have a real hard time getting by here. Most guilds won't exactly hire a goblin just like that. Bullshit. Kill them all. Let the goblins work. Do you think goblins run into issues with child labor laws? How do you set up child labor laws in a fantasy setting? Because I know a lot of people like to joke. Yes, the energy. Yes, I have so much energy. You're so right, Laundry. I need to keep pumping my energy up. You're so right. Woo! Yeah. And I know a lot of people like to joke about the drinking ages for different fantasy races. And there'll be jokes of like, you go to a bar and you show up and you're an eclectic group of different races and they have to pull out a big book, and each book or each like page of the book will tell you different drinking ages for different races, and you have to line them up to figure out who you can give alcohol to. But now I'm like, what if we transfer this from drinking ages to child labor laws? How much of this is racism towards goblins, and how much of it is a misunderstanding of the rate at which goblins age? Maybe there's not systemic violence against the zombies. Maybe they're just too young. They're just little guys. They don't need to work. They must not want goblins due to the goblin-y nature of them. I mean, you guys? Holy shit. Why? Good question. We're not humans, so by default, on average, we're not trusted. Maybe it's a little guy. Back in the day, they were apparently a bunch of programs meant to push us into the workforce, anti-discrimination laws, goblin public works projects, but the support for those ran out way before I was born. Oh no, they took out the goblin DEI. Oh no. Norvik had a doge. So most kids just fall into crime. They can't do that. In Norvik, it's illegal to be a criminal. Y'all ever see that Ben Shapiro quote where he's like responding to a bunch of people saying what they would outlaw given the chance, and he goes, curious to see that none of them said crime. And it's like, yeah, you don't need to stop people from doing crime. That's why it's crime. Oh, fuck. That's arguably one of the dumbest things you've ever said. The dumbest thing so far. Imagine you're a goblin kid. You spend most of your day in the Horn with 20 others your age. There's barely any resources to actually teach you all the human stuff we're legally forced to be taught. If you're lucky, you've got one parent with a stable income. Otherwise, you'll be living in the dormitories. No support system, no chance to integrate into this city you're supposed to be living in. If you're lucky, you'll get a dangerous gig in the tunnels. If not, the only way for you to get enough money for food, beyond the basic handouts, is joining a syndicate. They recruit young, to keep you in the juvenile stockade if you get caught. Starting as an errand boy, ending up as whatever they need for their enterprises. Oof. Very real. Very fucking real. Yeah. The analogs are getting real hard pressed against my brain. And then you bring home a heavy pouch of crowns for your mom and pops. What are they gonna do? Turn the little kid in? Or accept the only major income the household's gotten in months? True. True. Maybe they'll even encourage you. Push you to get real friendly with the local runner. Syndicates, aren't those illegal? I'm not... I don't think I can respond like that. It's really funny. It's really funny. I'm gonna respond. Syndicates, aren't those illegal? Nope, they're perfectly tolerated. Oh shit! Never mind, they're not illegal. It's complicated, but... The Halfway Bridge tribe is classified as a syndicate. We run things in a similar sense to the Ishki and the NMBT, except we do things strictly by the book. We don't run drugs, for one. Ishki, one of the 3 goblin tribes in Norvik, commonly called the Water Goblins due to their river expertise, led by a council of 3 nilbogs, housed in a lighthouse, though they call it a wizard's tower in Devagby. There's 3 nilbogs? Okay, so obviously I don't know the world of this game, but if you don't know what a nilbog is, basically, if a bunch of like goblins are together, there is a chance that one of them gets possessed by like a spirit of mischief and magic, and they become what is called a nilbog. The problem with nilbogs for a lot of monstrous races that try to enslave goblins is if you kill the nilbog, then the spirit will just leave their body and it'll possess a different goblin that you have working for you. So you normally try to like appease nilbogs if you're like a bugbear or an orc or something using goblins as part of your army. And so I just think a council of 3 goblins of mischief leading this fucking syndicate is hilarious. I'm a big fan of that. Mike, you want me so bad? What? What the hell are you talking about? You can't come in like that. Devogby, one of the 5 districts in Norvik, located in and around the Great Steam Pit in northwestern Norvik. Great Steam Pit, the GSP as they call it. It's a big hole that's always hot from magic dragonfire or something. The same type that keeps the Burn Coast hot. The dwarves built homes in and around it and makes up the entire district of Devogby. Buy a boy dinner first. Okay, so motivated. You want to go to gym? I want to go back to England. I want to stream with Facecam. I want to enjoy life and not care. Okay. I'm feeling it. Feels like because you copy paste all of this thing here and what you're saying, it feels like you're going through a manic episode, my friend. You might want to slow down. But you're not in England right now? Where are you at, bud? You don't have to say. Great Steam Pit. Also, there is a vacuum outside, I think. You're in Poland right now? Ah, okay. Can you all hear that? Hold on, I don't have my headphones on, so I can't hear what you're hearing. Okay, it seems like y'all aren't hearing it. There was a noise, but we're mostly okay. What is the Great Steam Pit? I mean, we've heard it, but... Great Steam Pit, a deep crevice in northwestern Norvik that's connected with the river via a canal. Centerpiece of Devogby. We keep Waterlane free of smuggling. Most importantly, we keep the youth out of it, and we keep the other tribes at an arm's length. Lady Sageleaf is real draconian in that regard. Everyone, and I mean everyone in our tribe, gets a job and a good salary. That is really funny. That is really funny to say Lady Sageleaf is real draconian, because obviously he is saying draconian to refer to how that word is used in common English, which is referring to the statesman Draco, who had really harsh laws. And so he's saying Lady Sageleaf is really harsh on keeping the drugs and crime out of the syndicate's practices. But it's really funny because you can also take it to be she is draconian, as in she is a dragon, as she is a dragon. I see what you're doing there, Chris. I see what you're doing there. You're at 3457, no, north, 2100 east, and 649 south, and 1828 west. Great, everybody, track him down! You can't do face cam? Why not? We've tried pushing this method, a support system, onto the other tribes, but it's hard, and not always popular. We're the, small, annoying cultist tribe of Tolstad, after all. You don't want to ruin your reputation? Why would it ruin your reputation? You lied about your age? Alright, well, let's try not to talk about our age. It's against the rules now. You can't talk about your age. We will time you out. You already have 2 strikes, Mike. But you can. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to do a face cam. You could always PNG tube. What are you saying what about? You have 2 strikes, and I will time you out if you break one of the rules. Which one of the rules is don't talk about Chatter's ages. You didn't hear me. He sighs again. So, it is what it is. What a rant. You're all good, dude. Didn't ask. Oh, I can be such a piece of shit. Is that seriously part of Twitch rules? No, it's part of my rules. When you go to chat, my rules should pop up, and you have to agree to them in order to chat. And I have them in my rules because, as I've said plenty of times before, I want to protect our younger viewers, and making sure that nobody chats is going to be the most fair way of making sure that our younger viewers don't chat about their ages and, you know, suffer any consequences from doing so. Good to know. You're working hard for your lady, dude. I sure do. To be honest, Zombie, I low-key thought your shit was 18 plus. Well, I don't necessarily do so. I think everything I say is the same shit I was listening to when I was a kid. So, you know, maybe if you are faint of heart, you might not like that, but, you know, I was listening to people say the same shit I'm saying right now when I was like 7 and 8, so who fucking cares what people listen to me when they're 7 and 8. Live here alone? Yep. You like living here? It's central, right next to the garden. That's all I really care about, although the ventilation system is pretty sweet during these cold months. Ventilation system. Tolstad is full of tiny holes and air shafts. These circulate air from the river winds all throughout the tunnels. No one knows fully how they work, but they circulate both heated and cooled air, most likely magical in nature. Not in front of my ramen. I was too short to care about age requirements. Rewind. I came out wrong. Let's just stop talking about age. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Fucking hell, Mike. He mouths and gives you a side glance. What about you?
It's
Where do
me
you live,
again,
cleric?
Mr. New Vegas, reminding you that you're nobody till somebody loves you, and that somebody is me. I love you.
I appreciate it, Top Ramen. Top Ron Men. You know what I was trying to say. The pronunciation just came out all weird. Yo, yeah, thank you. Oh, wow, it got to Mike. Yo. Yo! If you want, Top Ron Men. Oh, wait, is there more? What just happened? What's going on? I think... Okay.
It's me again, Mr. New Vegas, reminding you that you're nobody till somebody loves you, and that somebody
is me.
I love you.
God damn, dude. Thank you once again for the gift subs, Top Ron Men. You've done this before. You're doing it again. If you would like, you can go ahead and choose what our next emote might be, Top Ron Men. So the way we've been doing it is basically each time somebody subs, they can go ahead and suggest what we've been doing are flags. So you can suggest any flag, may it be a pride flag or a nation flag or something, and we'll try to make our first tier 2 sub emote be that flag. And then I would gift out to you, Top Ron Men, if you end up winning on the wheel of all of the subs we've already gotten, that tier 2 sub, so that you can use that tier 2 sub emote. So, if you are desiring to be included in that, you can go ahead and suggest a flag, and you can suggest one flag that will get a 10 weight on the wheel, or you can suggest 10 different flags if you wanted to. And then any of those will give you that tier 2 sub gifted from me to you. Especially because you've gifted so many subs to the community. I think that's at least 20 now. Maybe even more. And we've also hit the goal. So I'm going to give it until the break. And I think at the break, I'll go ahead and roll to see what our next emote's going to be. Our first tier 2 sub emote. Avoid, avert, abort. Time to dance around the subject. I should lie, right? I could tell him the truth. I live with my mom. I live with my mom. Well, should lie, right? Oh, yes. It's really the only good choice here. Yes, right away, before he notices something's off. Do I tell him? I think I... Dexterity and Charisma are telling me to lie. I live on the North Wall in a nice city-sponsored apartment. Oh, cool. Guess clerics are well taken care of, huh? We sure are. We sure are. Also, wow. We're in a... Is that a tier 3 hype train from those 10 emotes? That's crazy. Y'all, if y'all want to get the next hype train emote and stuff going on, you might want to contribute in the next minute and a half. Mr. Zombie, yes, Mr. Mike. It's a nice apartment. Yeah, I'm not hearing a lot. Goblin laughs. I'd argue it's much better than usual. One time, I was on a date, brought her back here. Terrible idea. The date was already going poorly. Imagine her expression when she steps in here, and there's a pile of reports all over the floor, a blocked drain in the kitchen sink, and 15 confiscated bowls of pixie dust piled in the corner. Y'all could have snorted the pixie dust together. Let me tell you, took her 10 seconds to come up with an excuse. He recounts the tale with excellent timing. This is one of his favorites. He tells this to everyone. As his laughter fades, he looks around the place and he tells you, anyway, looks better these days. Figured if I'm such a neat goblin like everyone says, I might as well keep my apartment clean too. Nah, I love chaos. A girl? I have a hard time believing you. Snell, living in filth? Never. I guess people change. I don't. I'm the exact same person I've always been. Flaws and all. No need to get all deep with it. This is something I fully believe. I don't think I've changed since maybe like middle school. I feel like I've been the same guy since middle school. I've gotten older. I'm better at dealing with my mistakes, but I still feel like the same feelings and the same thoughts are the same guides I've had since middle school. Also, the hype train finished. W's, thank you, Top Ronman. But would I ever cut someone off because I thought they weren't good looking? What? In what case? I don't think I would ever cut someone off for that, no. That is a very strange thing to cut someone off for. 8 at or end. Have y'all seen the thing where I think it's like women say that the end symbol and some like math equation are more attractive than most men? Have y'all seen that shit? I don't remember what the other thing was. If you knew a guy called Big Man Mike, and he did what, and you thought he wasn't attractive. Wait, so you're saying if you, Big Man Mike, or hypothetically you, because you're not called Big Man Mike anymore, if you cut someone off because they were unattractive, but you are also unattractive, what would I do? Also, 7 times 7 equals 49? That's insane. What type of delusional, synesthesic problems do we have in the modern day? Yeah. Yeah, no, I know that we're having like 2 different conversations now. But I think if you cut someone off for being unattractive, I would be very concerned about that type of person and having them in my life. But their attractiveness level to me, I don't think would contribute to whether I cut them off for that or not. 7 times 7 equals 49 is attractive? Why? I don't like it. It's 3 odd numbers. That is so unattractive. Everything that's like even would be way more attractive. Why does 3 odd numbers equate to attractiveness to someone? That's disgusting to me. Like 8 times 8 equals 64? Now you're getting somewhere. Now you're thinking with portals. 7 is attractive? What the fuck are you talking about? What? Why is 7 attractive? When you pull up to the function and 7 times 7 equals 49, stole your girl, so you air out the whole club. Fuck me, dude. Oh my god, you show up to the conjunction function and you fucking have the 9? When 7 times 7 equals 49, stole your girl, so you pull out the 9. Okay, video games. We're playing video games. What about you? Oh! The question cuts tiny little holes in your inside skull. Clerics are popular, right? Avoid, abort, alert. Oh no. I can breathe heavily. No, tactfully change the subject. And then, and slime you out and take your sister and mom. Mike, I am not in charge of the decisions that my sister and my mom make. I think the obsession with safeguarding women in your life as a man is not necessarily the best thing. I think probably if this guy is trying to take both my mom and my sister at the same time, I might push back. But the very premise of the idea that I need to protect my mom from a guy is very strange. He's expecting an answer, so you're going to give him one. Not a lie, though. You can't handle that right now. Too much pressure, clearly. Too much. Yeah, listen to your gut. So what do I say? Just keep it simple. Dismiss the question in a nice way. Like this. Nothing lately. I'm busy with work. Now. Change the subject now. Seem like the type to be busy with work, too. Oh, yeah. The last few years, I've just been focused on the halfways, and whatever the old lady needs of me. Don't mean to sound ungrateful, though. I do love it. It's real rewarding. You're clearly good at what you do, whatever that is. I ask myself that same question sometimes. I tell you to look at it from a goblin perspective, but let me put it like this. Lady Sageleaf gave me options in a world of railroad tracks. I get to help my people and get real fucking good at it. So for now, I'm gonna keep doing it. You get a good salary, right? It's alright. I do alright. Anyhow, anything else you want to chat about? Well, can we get going? Cool. Thanks for the talk, dude. An entity. Highly uninteresting. Alright. We need to remember to come back here once we get Mage Hand. Mr. Zombie, Mr. Mike. RNA. I have no reason to be interested in this particular door. I was watching Pluribus, and I'm pretty sure Pluribus made a mistake, because it called something RNA, but it had thymine in it, right? And RNA should be replaced with uranine, right? DNA has thymine, But RNA, when it converts from DNA to RNA, it converts to uranine. So I'm pretty sure Pluribus doesn't know its fucking science. Sorry, being a nerd. It is 11:02, sir. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Good night, Mike. Have good bed. Thank your bed for me. Thank your bed for me. Simi, son of Strokeback. You approach the green door. An apartment in the halls, like any other. It's an Asgal door. So, communist door? Well, we already know who lives here. Try the handle. You grab it and find it stiff. Clearly locked. Click, you can't just grab random door handles. It's really weird behavior. You can't do that. I can do anything. Well, you're lucky this time since it's clearly not home. But still, don't do that. What the hell? It's a massive violation of their civil rights. But then again, if they leave their door unlocked, they're kind of asking for it. Alright, let's get out of here. Who the hell are you? Freitas. Oh my god, strength to behold them. You'll thank the bed without using your words, if you know what I mean. Michael. Micathy. Michaeled. Mike Tholomew. Get the fuck out of here. Go to sleep. The depths of Tolstad. Almost intact, an endlessly rising pillar. Centerpiece of Norvik. A pillar of Jor towers before you. It whispers to you, unintelligibly. Can I boost my wisdom? What do I got going on? That boosts my wisdom. I boost my wisdom a little bit. And this one boosts my wisdom more, but it also makes me less strong. Yeah. I put the Hex Weekly on. I don't really care to be that fascistic. Okay. Yeah, the crossbow gives me wisdom. So, if you haven't been here before, and you don't know anything about Esoteric Ebb, it's basically like Disco Elysium, but with D&D stuff, rather than everything that's in Disco Elysium. And so, the different ability scores of D&D also correspond to the different political parties of the world. So, strength corresponds to the nationalists. Dexterity corresponds to the democratic people, the capitalists. Constitution, I don't know if it corresponds to anything. Intelligence corresponds to magocracy. Wisdom corresponds to the agrarian communists. And I think charisma doesn't correspond to anything. I can't remember what the different factions are. Let me see if I can check the questing tree to figure that out. So there's the Arcanist. Like I said, that's intelligence. Osculist, that's wisdom. Freestrider, that's dexterity. Strength, that's the nationalists. What are the other two? Because there is a con, and there is a charisma one. And I don't know what those refer to. I'm very confused. There's more. I don't know what they could correspond to, because we haven't talked about them, I guess. Yeah. So that's what's kind of going on there. So when I say I don't need to be fascist, I also mean I don't need to be strong. Touch the wondrous pillar. Place your hand upon the smooth surface. The whisper gets louder. It says something to you, something weird. No, wait. It's a conversation. One you don't take part in. Guess you can try to join in. So I have advantage because I've meditated on it. I have disadvantage because Snell is impatient. And then I have a -2 to the DC because I have the Esoteric Pocket Watch. Let's try talking to it. Ayy. Speak. Hello? The goblin perks up. Ah, not me. Sorry. The pillar vibrates. Hello? The whisper lies inside of you. Or something. It says, "He is here." Who is here? It says, "Divinity." It says, "Death." It says, "Necrocrat." Okay. Is there a fucking wizard boy in this bitch? What? The voice ends. Your hand is repelled from the surface. Ouch. Weird. You understand plainly. There's more to more to this pillar you need to investigate. In time, and further below. Okay. Tunnel to the Goblin Garden. Don't give a shit. Drunk Sphinx opens at 18. We might be able to find the bird boy there. Path up to Tolstad. Interesting. Okay. So I know the Drunk Sphinx. That's probably where we'll find the bird boy. But I also want to be on Water Lane to see what the fuck is going down on Water Lane. That's kind of the sad thing, right? Oh, the dormitory's out of commission? That's gotta suck. Where are all the goblins living if they don't have, like, a sustainable income? Because he was saying that, like, if the parents, one of the parents at least, doesn't have an income, you're likely going to end up in the dormitories before you join one of the syndicates that are running the drugs. Pickpocket. It's not going to go that well. I'm not going to try it. Alright. He needs me to be more fascistic to figure him out. Fuck. Alright, let's buff my fascism score. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright. A bucket makes me a fascist, okay? Very good, very good. This seems plausible. Behold! Hey, that wasn't too bad. Human earthfolk noble. She is dressed in a fine silken robe like a noblewoman. Her hair is short and coarse, the rebellious kind, but earthfolk nobility nevertheless. She's rebellious. Why did I need strength to figure her out? What do we go in? Do we go in super strong on her? Rice, welcome in. I don't remember it ever being hard. Where's Burnerbot? Ox. What are you doing here? Burnerbot is Mummy Mummer. I thought I was worthless as a streamer. Ox, what are you doing here? We got him in. Mummy Mummer was Burnerbot all along. My son is rebellious. My baby girl, she's rebellious. Okay? But we trust the Mummy Mummer. Alright? I'm sure we'll all figure that out. What the fuck do you mean Mummy is Burnerbot? What do you mean Mummy is Burnerbot? Burnerbot is having a rebellious phase. And so, it's here, it's continuing to contribute, and it's being very mean. Burnerbot is my son, yes. Mummy Mummer is my child. That's why Mummy Mummer, I don't know if you saw it, but when the stream started on April Fool's Day, Mummy Mummer looked just like me, but with a bunch of, like, bandages wrapped around his face. You're so done with me now. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's my child. My son. Okay, so the ointment heals me for some HP. The apples heal me for some HP. I have some damage from not getting laid. So we might want to fix that up. Svamp extract? Yeah. Alright. Not getting laid will not kill me. Not in this world. My world makes no sense. What do you mean? My world makes perfect sense. Alright, I think we're gonna be fascistic when talking to her. Let's get in there. The girl looks across the chasm. A noble woman? That's a pretty expensive dress. What's she doing down here? You have to watch the episodes to get the storyline. Exactly. You won't know all you need to know at this point. She slowly turns her head towards you. Alright. What? What's your favorite color? What? No, go away. How rude. Cool. You're very rude. Sure, now go away. What is, that? I don't know. What are you voting in the election? Don't care for it. Good choice. I don't care for it either. You see, I'm apolitical, and that means I don't vote in elections like this because I'm above any sort of political affiliations. God damn. You're tempted to ally with Dot to take you down in Iberia? What? Why? What did I do? What the hell? The election? It doesn't matter. I wouldn't tell you if it did. So, the party of Norvik, they're the nationalists. Freestrider, they're the liberals. Asgalis, they're the agrarian communists. You're also voting for me, and that's going to be the Arcanists. I agree with you, I'm apolitical on good days. I normally like to say, on bad days, I'm a libertarian socialist. That is what I say. And on good days, I'm apolitical. No, fuck no. Fuck no. How... Disgusting. Let's go with the liberals again. Cool. Anyway, I'm a free strider. Oh, okay, I don't care. Because I'm a bad streamer, can't manage things. You need to be smacked. What the hell? I thought you were in the slavery center. I can be a centrist if I want. I guess that doesn't... Yeah. On a good day, on a bad day, I'm a libertarian socialist. On a good day, I'm pro-slavery. Fuck me. Oh, okay, I don't care. You've become a free strider. Okay. These are hard enough to crack this one. I'm going to ask you some personal questions, but I have a feeling you won't respond in any meaningful way. Smart. Can you go now? What do you know about the tea shop, mysterious woman? She rolls her eyes. It exploded. Lies! She flinches from your outburst. I get the feeling you don't want to talk about it. Don't you have anything to say? Oh, you know what? Fuck this. Charm this bitch. She failed. Oh wait, no, she resisted. She counterspelled me. This bitch. You attempt to cast a spell, but What? She resisted. Who the hell is this? Did you just try to... Do you know who I am? What a cliche line. Her anger is overflowing, but there's something else there, too. She strikes a pose that says, I'm offended and rich. I am Freydis Darrow. Stop bothering me. This is the daughter of Nicholas Darrow. Darrow, like the library? She grits her teeth. You're going to be in big trouble, cleric! She strums away, keeping her head high. Interesting outcome. You sure pissed that strange lady off, but she acted real weird, didn't she? Maybe she's hiding something. Okay. Okay. So I snoozed the ads, and so now ads are gonna play in a few minutes. Tunnel to Waterlane. Ooh, I need to go to Waterlane. Those are actually the D&D experience levels. It's crazy. I haven't seen that, like, list of XP to hit levels in so long, because the way I level my party and the way most people level a party is not through experience in 5e D&D. So the way most people in 5e D&D level characters is via something called milestone leveling. And basically what that is a DM will basically say, okay, there are big events that we need to hit, and when you hit that big event, we'll go ahead and level your character. And so you don't really do XP, you just go, okay, we hit the big event, you level. The way I do experience is somewhat similar to milestone, where what I do is I just say, okay, we're going to play an equivalent number of sessions to your level, and once we play that equivalent number of sessions, you level up. So at level 5, we play 5 sessions, you level up to level 6. Level 6, we play 6 sessions, you level up to level 7. And that's how I always do that. It's kind of similar to milestone, but it also feels to me as if it gives the players more options to not focus on main story goals and focus on goals that they build for themselves, which is what I want to encourage my players to do. Democratic propaganda. We need your vote. A street sign. It says Upper Westview, Lower Docks, Lower West Docks. Okay. Alright, you know what? There's probably a good spot to run ads. So, I don't think I got any response from Top Ron Men about the sub emote thing. You know what? I'll just go ahead and wait until maybe the end of the stream so that I have time to make it without people wanting to see it as soon as I do the big roll. So, at the end of the stream, I'll go ahead and do that wheel spin, gift out a tier 2 sub. For now, we'll go to ads for the first time, and I'll see how everyone's doing. Thank you for the contribution, CC. The zombie's a greedy streamer. Ads are running. 35 stream streak. Nice. Eh. How's it going? I have a bucket on my head. I should become less fascist. Hold on. There we go. Let's decrease our fascism with Hex. Okay. Decrease our fascism with the crossbow. Very good. Okay. Wah 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 wah. Wah wah wee wah. So that's the read and mead. I wonder if maybe... Oh, open at sundown. Okay. We're on water lane, which is where I want to be. Ben is making a sound, a strange sound. How strange. Oh, there's like a hippogriff. Oh, cool. E.T. He phones home. They're closed for today. Door looks promising. Okay. Excluding the anti-magic messaging, free striderism comes with great branding. No to magic. Office of Snurry Appledent. Okay. Or Appledent? Demokratis Diashidbogin. Do it good to... I don't know. Whatever. Free trade. Top entrance to the Ascani Reeds Trading Company. Okay. And that's the free strider places in the trade cities on the Ascani coast. Torna, the first of the river guilds. Stairs down to the bustling docks. Can I go down them? No, I can't. It's a trap. It's a trick. Leads to the warehouse, and guild workers are allowed in. Something in guild workers. Couldn't quite see. A statue of Earth. Who left this here? Good question. The path along the water. Okay. And with that, we should about be back. Alright, what does my strength tell me? Conquest by the river, by land, by heart. Okay. What does my dexterity tell me? The never sleeping docks of Waterlane, right below here. You approach the shrine. And yes, this little figurine does still count as a shrine. Shouldn't I move it? It's like in the middle of the road. No, it has chosen its path. What? The figure of Earth. This is a makeshift shrine. I'm meant to stand exactly where it is, and where it might go. You wish you were a man capable of something similar. Go fuck yourself. I pray. You take a deep breath and begin your prayer. And... tranquility. The Dragon of Tolstad. The election. Troublesome activist. The missing paladin. My class. Druidism. Yes, I want to go back to her. I want to go back to her, my beloved. My beloved mushroom woman. Let me contemplate you. The Undercoast Elf is a good woman. She owes many natural friends in this unnatural place. If you wish to seek the green path, then be nice to her and her friends. Perhaps one day you will join her. I need her inside of me. I mean, her mushroom spores. Hi, Trippy. How are you doing? Quack. Contemplate the tea shop. Quack, quack. My phone only charged 7% all last night and you're freaking out. Nope, you made it worse. What? Congrats for being a sub. You're looking in a board meeting. Shh. Okay, shh. I won't let anyone know that you're here. They will not know. And let your mind go through the basics of what you know. The tea shop was destroyed in the middle of the day. Minor injuries were reported. Your goal is to enter the tea shop and investigate it properly. That is it. Okay. I'm gonna contemplate milk. No. Come on. You know how often I'm thinking about milk? Mommy milkers? No, it's... What? 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 Fine. It comes from a cow. You like it. It doesn't just come from cows. Many do not. Now contemplate something else. That is a very, like, DM response to someone going, hey, DM, what do I know about milk? That is such a fucking DM response to a player asking them that. Contemplate the Star Witness. One strange detail. Fake name. Man in yellow. Follow the trail. Contemplate the Pillar of Jor. Go deeper. Meditate. Learn and study. About the Dragon of Tolstad. Famous goblin leader. Her read sharp, her gaze strong. She wants you to investigate the tea shop and report to her. Contemplate the election. First election. Your vote won't matter. Your vote will be the most important of all. Ask those around you what they will vote for, and you might find your own voice along the way. They are young and brash. You've been there. But both sides want what's best for their city. Perhaps that is the solution. Contemplate the missing paladin. He was last seen here on Tolstad. Many know of him. If you find him, you'll surely be rewarded. Well, we need to tell him to go, suck a dick. Contemplate your class. Identity is not easy. It's everything, from faction to home life to street. What you choose might be your first step. Choose wisely. Contemplate your fall into the river. It was an accident. You were not so clumsy. But the question here is not why you fell. The question is, why do you live? Can I return here? Always. Talking to yourself, huh? You must be a lonely guy. Finish my prayer. Fem Film Bro, thank you for contributing to CC's Monster Lover tier list. As always, I want to remind people that should that fail, then you will get the full refund for all of the points you spend on it. So, if you are a patient person, there's no reason not to contribute to the tier list, unless you really don't want to see it succeed. Because if you don't know what happens if the challenge succeeds, what that means is that I will be doing a tier list rating what monsters I would love, what monsters I would shun, as made by our mod CC, with I think some contributions from our mod Logi. I'm always sucking seed. Me too. Okay, Charm Person, Cure Wounds, Grease, Shield of Faith, Prayer of Healing. Okay. We have all of our spells prepared. Very good. Finish. Why did you delete your message? That's so messed up. It's so messed up that Fem Film Bro is allowed to delete their messages because they're a mod. These pipes connect with the vast sewer system of Tolstad. It's not for the masses. What do you mean? I'm for the masses. I'm for the fucking streets. And the streets are my viewers. Okay, we can't go up those stairs. Away we go. I'm for the streams. Am I? I feel like I haven't been able to watch many streams because basically every day my Wi-Fi speed gets really bad and I have to reset my Wi-Fi every day because it slows down, and then when I try to watch somebody's stream, I literally cannot watch it. You found a really cool place near you? What was it? Oh, I need to check out what's going on with this trash can. Somebody's in there. Why is the trash can speaking Welsh to me? What is going on? The hell? Don't fall for it. This is some type of scam, surely. Getting you to root around the trash. The voice is from a primal spirit. Open it. Open the trash can. As you lift it aside, you immediately see something moving in the pile of shredded documents and old scraps of food. A pair of legs. This looks like Welsh to me. Little alleyway called Junk Alley that has a used bookstore and record shop and tattoo parlor and vintage thrift store. Crazy. Oh my god, there's a little guy in there. Holy shit. Suddenly jumping out of the pile with a poof of molding dust is a pine cone. A pine cone with limbs. Our moon here! It hands you some leaves while doing a strange, seemingly improvisational, dance upon the trash. Wait, are you one of those? Before you're able to do anything about it, the little creature poofs away. Disgusting little creature. As it fades, you see only trash. I've heard about those things. Never seen them, though. What do you know about them? Just what I read about in the paper, and what Nesson goes on about. They're called Vatar or something. The Lamplighters Guild had a public spat with them a couple months back. He points to the lamps behind you. Apparently they mess with the everlasting lights. Not so everlasting, then. Guess it's a PR name. I get why they were mad, but I think they solved everything once the PCG got involved. And, they're supposed to be all over the garden, too. Not that I've ever seen one. Anyhow, they clearly seem to like you. Let's keep it like that. What happens if I look to Snell? He gives you a nonchalant half shrug. It's Waterlane. There's always something going on here. The Forget-Me-Nots have a new song about a Slavic little guy. I don't think I liked it too much, but I do love the Forget-Me-Nots. It's a great band name. Do I want to go to the read and mead? Okay, I can't. Opens at sundown. And this says we're closed for today, but I can try to enter. It's closed for the day. Okay. Let's go for this door. You stand before a damp door in a cramped corner house. The wood is dark, swollen with the perpetual moist of Waterlane. The perpetual moist of Waterlane. That feels like a fucking smut book. The perpetual moist of Waterlane. I feel like if I found that book in Skyrim, the fucking lusty Argonian maid would have a run for its money. Perpetual moist is what they're always calling me. So you're going to delete you sucking seed? Okay, you're gonna delete. I don't like this new joke. I don't like this new joke that FemFilmBro gets to delete their messages in my Twitch chat. This is a terrible this is a terrible new joke that's coming along. No, if you want to do it, it's fine. It's fine. A layer of river mud and algae. You know someone here? I'm just gonna knock. You wrap your knuckles against the wood. Solid rhythmic knock. It's gonna tell me that's a spell, right? Knock, a second level transmutation. Unlocks things. Yep. Hello? A moment passes, then the sound of heavy latch sliding. The door creaks open. A pair of bulbous eyes stare up at you. It is an Anurin. Anura, a fancy name for frog folk and toad folk. You've heard they don't like those terms for some reason. Just in a tiny velvet smoking jacket. Oh my god, it's frog and toad. Can you quote FemFilmBro so they can't escape? You certainly can. Quite distinguished despite the lack of pants. Oh my god, oh. What is it? I'm busy. Tres occupe. He's a fucking French frog. I have some questions. Oh, wait. He squints at your uniform. Are you a, how do you say, Leclerc? That doesn't sound like Earth's tongue. I am the cleric, yes. More of a wizard, really. More of a wizard, really, but sure. Un magicien. He wrinkles his face. I don't know the difference. I don't care, frankly. A simpleton. How sad. The Inuran peeks his head out behind the door. What is that? You are asking me what? Is that what that says? You are going to ask me what? That is how I would interpret that sentence. I don't know French, but it seems like that is what is being said. I'm gonna ask you to contribute to my cause. Just smile, the kind of smile that opens wallets. Oh, and kiss his ass. Hard. Yeah, I'll kiss your ass for some money. My good sir, surely a gentleman of your stature supports the arts, or the holy cause. Ah, Satori. He sighs, his throat pouch inflating slightly. Told you. You are charming, c'est ennui. What, the end of my ennui? Is that what that means? I'm just going to act like I know what French is, basically. He reaches for something on the other side of the door. Take this. Now, au revoir. He shaves a fancy bottle toward you. The door slams shut before you can say thank you or anything else. A pinkish liquid inside swirls around. I got concentrated rhubarb ale. This is no small potion. The Anurin must be well connected. Lovely. This will make things so a bit smoother. So, you really just went and knocked on some stranger's door? Look, I'm not gonna knock on your methods too much, but if you keep this up, we'll be done by 6 months after the election. And you didn't even ask about the tea shop, not once. I just had a feeling this door is important, that's all. The goblin closes his eyes in a short, silent contemplation. Then he says, maybe stick to, the points the interest. Okay? That's funny. I like that. Is this open yet? No. Okay, Free Striderism. What's that? Office of Snore Appledent PN. No one can dismiss the dwarves' architectural genius. This is the anti-Welsh, anti-French stream. He's England maxing. I always am. Oh, wow. Snurry's office? Is he Snorri? Like the Sturtleson? Children's drawings on the wall. A scholarly commendation of the Ford Nip Commonwealth. Almost dead, but not yet. Something stuck between the pages. Ooh, cardamom tree and a dream patch. What is a dream patch? Small amount of pixie essence incorporated into a sticky patch can be used to recover 3rd level spell slots. I don't even have 3rd level spell slots. Just a little guy. Collection of books, political mostly. Do I get 3rd level spell slots at level 5? Hopefully. See a collection of books from the philosophy canon, none of which you were really able to understand. Next to them, a line of famous political books, Asgulus Theory, Hedonist, The Dark Book of Shadow, Alexandro, many more. Oh god, the Hedonists. As I've said before, I think my anarcho-cultist holy book is a better name, even though I haven't said it, than the Hedonist is. I did say what it was last time, so I can tell you what it is now, even though Cece's here, and I don't think she knows what it is. What is it? Chaos Night and Blinding Light is what I called my anarcho-cultist holy book in my D&D setting. I don't know what the Dark Book of Shadow is, or Alexandro, but I do remember them talking about the Hedonists. No free strider work. Disappointing. A blind manifesto. Oh. Well, I guess that's not the Hedonist self-named book. It's their second album. What are you questioning, Cece? Let's open the blind manifesto. I was talking about Pazzo and Lucky earlier. The book. The book. Always listen to your hungry stomach, it says with big, ugly letters on the first page. Yeah? Can I have book? It hasn't come up. You should listen to the book and the stomach. I think, thematically speaking, CC, you can understand the connection of this book to that ideology. This foul debauchery, this wonderful manual, and this crazy old text. Same as always, the book begins with a tirade about property ownership. Then on the 5th page, you find a diagram showing how to ritualistically summon a demon. They're chaotic evil fiends. They're mostly bloodthirsty monsters and rage-crazed barbarians fallen out of Hykesea. One of the 8 bands. Means either growing maw or into the air and abyssal, a deeply cursed jungle hellscape filled with volcanic rivers, flesh-eating insects, and murderous plants. Once an elven sanctuary, now home to demonic warlords, tiefling cities, and celestial crusaders. Interesting. It's incorrect, however, on purpose, supposedly. The rest is a series of extreme essays on the topics of hedonism, rejection of statehood, free association, maximizing sensation, direct democracy, and reciprocal exchange. Direct democracy as something to do with, like, this early stage of anarchism is not necessarily something I would expect to see, right? Because it's my thing when we're talking about this is based off of Stirnerite egoism. And in Stirnerite egoism, you may have a collective of egoists, but even that collective of egoists is a short-lived thing, and not necessarily something that directly equates to direct democracy. Though most more well-refined forms of modern anarchism would probably fit right in to the direct democracy kind of thing. It paints up an image of an ideal world, where all can live without strife simply through the cooperation and love of all things. Made illegal in many cities after its release in 466 AE, this rambling text has survived for one reason or another. Look at the chapter on free love. We flip to pages 52. Pages? Okay, you remember it well. It has pictures. Tiny scribbling, something akin to stick figures, positioned in various enwrapped unities. You remember the words well, the guide on how to make ultimate sensations of flesh. Kinda hot, in a sad way. Close the book. Reading filth like this will only darken your mind. Okay. Hedonists are back on the shelf. Okay. Nicholas Darrow, that's gonna be an ancestor of that bitch we tried to charm person. Oh. You know, this is a bad spot for the webcam. I'm sorry. I think I had the webcam here at some point, but I think it will probably be better to put the webcam top left, maybe? Let's put it there for now. We'll figure out later if there's a better spot. I don't think top right. I think bottom right is maybe second best. But for now, let's try top left. If that doesn't work out, we'll go back to where we have been. I don't remember why I went ahead and had it bottom right rather than top left. But maybe I'll figure that out at some point, why I had it there. The Folk by Alexandro. Alexandro, this was the first book placed in your hands as an Earth Folk recruit. Open it. Look inside. An old worn copy of the same text. Musings about the divine era, of great walking gods and their theocratic states. Walking god, the term used to describe the divine avatars who rose and fell in and around the divine era. Most major religions on the coast today are built around these figures, and their influence can be felt everywhere. Earth was the last known walking god when he faded, 27 years ago. History lesson, morphing into a series of guidelines, how modern leaders, as a response to the drawn-out Coast War, should return to the old. The proven, the organized, the divine. Although written from the perspective of not faith nor service to the holy, but rather that of service to the state. Fuck. This is everything I talk about. This is everything I've ever fucking talked about. Oh my god. I'm getting too hot and bothered from political theory in my fantasy. Ooh, I love political theory in my fantasy. Ooh. Ooh. What? I talked about Stirnerite egoism earlier. What Stirner says is, of course, that what has been taken from God has been super added to man. That is Stirner's take. There is, of course, you know, Nietzsche's push for the Übermensch, and there is, of course, what? The most famous line from Marx on this topic being, religion is the opium of the masses. Though, that's a little bit different. Okay. The nation as an entity not bound by the protection and lifetime of its god. Instead, the nation will survive on unifying cultural traits passed down from that god to his people. This, Alexandro writes, will fasten them into the earth, creating firm groundings for the states to exist beyond any others. Later chapters go on to describe his dream of a millennium empire, his grand plan, a nation to survive the passing of eras. A collection of ideas he gathers in this dream, an ideology structured around order, without the weakness of monarchy, the chaos of democracy, or the esoteric dependence of majocracy. The Millennium Empire. The fascist ideal. Fascist. An emotional and illogical nationalist extremist. Basically, a cultist. Yeah. The thing about fascism and the thing about anarchism is they are both built on idealism, which is not the type of principles you want guiding you. That is the problem. And that's a thing that fascism and anarchism, as much as they try to claim are different, they share. And that's why I think fascists and anarchists are both inevitably nihilists and not at all anti-nihilism as a fascist might try to claim they are. Yeah. And then, of course, communism is built on dialectical materialism, which is the rejection of idealism while understanding it exists, and a focus on material realities rather than idealistic things like the fascist and the anarchist might be looking towards. Okay. Dangerous ideas. Fascism has led many cities astray and reads, whatever your thoughts are, this book is used to reshape the city. Go fuck yourself, fascist. You live in fear of where its path will lead. Sure, maybe. Stupid people in charge? Maybe that's something we should be scared of. Put the book away. You can close it. Place it back in its spot. Okay. Open Memoirs of a Statesman by Nicholas Darrow. Wait, the Millennium Empire is fascist? Tell me Griffith Berserk is a bad guy? Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it that allying yourself with demons, as I'm saying, fascism and anarchism are deeply connected, would be a bad thing? And, you know, despite maybe seeking an anarchist ideal, you find yourself in a fascist ideal. The first few pages are devoted to a rambling text about the history of governing, from ancient texts from various beasts of Jor to gods of the divine era, to several arcanist figures. Darrow then smoothly moves on to conflate their accomplishments with his own. Beasts of Jor, a term for the sentient folk who aligned with Jor during the Gate Era. Sorry, not so great. Also known as the Anti-Sepolian folk. Most are gone today. So what's Sepolian? As if it's Anti-Sepolian, then it's before Sepolian? Anti-Sepolian, Old Dominorian term meaning before the closing of the gates. So Sepolian means closing of the gates? I don't recognize that word. Used to refer to those who lived before the end of the Gate Era. Exactly 27 years ago. Goddamn. The closing, a term for the closing of the gates, the event which ended the Gate Era, occurring exactly 27 years ago. Especially since he also includes an explanation of his lineage, that he is a direct firstborn grandson of Borgo Darrow, the first paladin of Earth. Oh, this feels like I'm reading like fucking Roman history. Have y'all ever tried to read like first-hand Roman accounts? This is what this feels like. And you know what? The developer did a good job of making it feel like that, because that's exactly what it fucking is. Borgo Darrow, the first paladin of Earth, founded the Earth God, as well as the illustrious Darrow bloodline, known for his bravery and inability to be damaged in battle, died of heart attack at age 40. His passing is used as an example of the importance of aging men to keep track of cardiovascular diseases. Very good. I would never die of a heart attack. Cheers. It is not so subtle. The many pages go on to describe both practical and mostly theoretical methods a statesman should use when dealing with the populace, the bureaucracy, and the ideologies of modern life. You haven't read this before. Luckily, you don't have time to do so now either. Generally, the book has a rather rough tone about democracy. A quote you've heard before from this book pops up towards the end. Those who believe in democracy have a wonderful view of folk, to think them capable of making rational and informed decisions devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct. From what you remember, it got quite the stir when it came out 2 years ago. You recall a rumor about Shield Lord John having hated this book so much during its printing that he personally bought 200 copies only to burn them in his garden. Shield Lord, the magistrate handling industry, armory, city defenses, mining, and refining, as well as resource allocation, currently held by Eric Jean in the North Wall District. North Wall, one of the 5 districts, known as the industrial district for its many factories built along the river. This is where you live. Anyone who calls it the North Wall is probably not a local. Everyone who is cool calls it North Wall, just North Wall. It's probably not true. Probably. Put the book away. Okay. I would burn a fucking book which talks shit about the populace. I'm so scared of the tyranny of the masses. The tyranny of the masses. The Dark Book of Shadow. Fucking monarchists. Oh, fuck me. You pick up the black-covered tome. A faint tingle goes through your gloved hand. That's the most evil book I've ever seen. How'd they even get the cover to be that black? Was it like Vanta Black? Is that like the darkest black? What is it, y'all? Vanta Black is a class of super black coatings with total hemispherical reflectances below 1% in the visible spectrum. Oh my god, oh, this is crazy. Wait, hold on. Can y'all come look at this? Holy shit. I gotta show y'all what I've just seen on Google, because this is crazy. This fuck is crazy. Vanta Black is no longer the blackest black? Okay, well, I'll need you to tell me about that, but first of all, this shit's crazy. Hold up. Oh, this music is so good. I'm a big fan. Okay, y'all see that? Do y'all see this? That's insane! It literally looks like I haven't unlocked this in the video game yet. How does that become that? That's crazy. The guy who made Vanta Black fucking sucks. And they made one blacker. That's insane. What the hell? How can there be something blacker than that? And I guess whoever wrote this book filled with blackness probably sucks too. It literally looks like somebody superimposed a black circle there. What the fuck? This is crazy. That doesn't look real. That is not... And you're saying there's something that's going to look less real than that? What do I need to look up? Blackest Black and Darkest Night? What's your favorite Green Lantern? In 2019, it was Vanta Black. I don't know. Yeah, Singularity Black isn't that black. Oh, MIT carbon nanotube material. That's blacker. Yeah, what's your favorite Green Lantern oath? In darkest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Those who worship evil's might, beware, Green Lantern's light. Is that the... I may have messed that up a little bit, but that's pretty much the Green Lantern oath, right? Yeah. Coating made vertically, yeah. Our material is 10 times blacker than anything that's ever been reported, said Brian Wardle, professor of aeronautics and astronautics at MIT. Okay, wait, how do I find this? I always like the orange lanterns. What is it? Like, what's mine is mine is mine is mine, and what's yours is mine is mine? Something like that. That's a good one. This is... it doesn't look as unreal as all that black, Vanta Black painted stuff. This is Vanta Black. This is a lie. Is that... Because we were looking at that earlier under Vanta Black. Somebody's lying to me. Somebody's lying to me. Yeah, I think that's in Vanta Black. I don't know, I'm confused now. I'm confused. Let's look up Orange Lantern Oath. What is it? What's mine is mine, and mine and mine. I and mine and mine and mine. Not yours. That's what it is. Okay. So favorite. Somebody tell me your favorite oath. This is mine. What's mine is mine, and mine and mine, and mine and mine and mine. Not yours. That's my favorite of the lantern oaths. Okay, if I do that, let me make sure. Oh, that came up. Go away. Okay. Let me just make sure nothing like that's going to come up again. Okay. It's like a void. Thickened graphene. That is how they create the darkness of the cover. Memory lingers in this tome. If you open it, you shall recall. Open it, despite its evil nature. The text is not dangerous. The pages show but a holy scripture of the Shadow Lord's lost religion, one of eternal servitude, and the search for life and death. However, you remember it well. This was the first book you were ordered to study as punishment for idiotic behavior at the towers. What was really funny, it was kind of an inside joke between my friends in high school, that we would be playing like a video game. We'd be playing something like Warframe or whatever. And I'm not a big Green Lantern fan, but like basically every time we were sitting there playing video games, I would get to talking about Green Lantern. I don't know how it happened, but every single time I would get to talking about Green Lantern. I really liked, what is it, Earth 2, where the Green Lantern didn't correspond to emotions, but it corresponded to the elements, and so the Green Lantern was the protector of plant life. And also, his husband died. I was always a fan of that. This was the first book you were ordered to study as punishment for your idiotic behavior at the towers. You remember. Your first journey towards the esoteric. Recall it. How liberating it was to know, beyond any doubt, how much greatness hid within your mind. Blurred faces, hushed whispers, a crowd of thoughtful peers, each snickering about your hand, a raised hand among a crowd of sheep. Yo, a raised hand among a crowd of sheep. I'm the opposite of that meme where people showcase that they're with the crowd. Patriarch, it's not just a religious text. Why can't I fucking talk? It's not just a religious text. They stare at you. It's a spell book. Those were the words. Oh, how they laughed. He asked you to prove yourself, so you did. I went up to the Patriarch. I took the Book of Shadow. Yes. Then I... Yes. Memorized Detect Alignment. Oh, is that even a spell? Is that even a spell to detect alignment? How do you figure out someone's alignment in 5e? I don't know. Because obviously, paladins can detect different types of creatures, but that's not necessarily their alignment. You can detect evil and good, which obviously does basically the same thing as what paladins do. Is there a way to figure out someone's alignment in 5e? There's gotta be. There's gotta be. I just can't think of it. You memorize it on the spot, and then you cast that ancient spell, once used by the Death Knights of the Shadow Lord to subjugate and control the minds of his people. A spell that is, despite its first level, not learned by most clerics until they grasp the intricacies of higher tier casting. Everyone was left stunned by your excellence. Oh wait, this is intelligence. Sorry. To not only master such a spell, but to do it in seconds instead of days. That moment, it was yours. From that moment, you marked your place at the towers, the greatest spellcaster, the greatest talent among them all. However, as always, the weak fear the strong. That moment also began your ostracization. You would never be among them, never have peers. None would see you in any way as a brother or a comrade. I would be there, and you are, and you shall continue to be. Okay, alright, we're going Arcanist, aren't we? Come on. After that fucking bullshit, I need to go Arcanist so hard. Holy shit, I'm gonna become the ultimate wizard. Fuck everything else I've been doing, I'm going wizard mode. It is my destiny. You see how fucking nerdy I am? I should be a wizard. Your vision is blurry. It is filled by the pages of that book. It is a good one, despite its religious fervor. As many say, the Shadow Lord was as much an early Arcanist as he was the greatest of the walking gods. Fuck yeah. Going wizard mode. Drugs, purple essence. Advantage against bureaucrats. Yeah, I'll take the tiny dictator. I already have a tiny dictator, but they don't need to know that. Is that a tiny dictator you have there, or are you just happy to see me?
Drink.
Okay, where the hell's my water? There it is. I'm drinking my other purple essence. Oh. I pulled out my card while I was drinking, and Snell saw me pull it out. Oh, is that yours? I've got mine at the apartment. Hey Snell, what is this? A voting card? He looks closer. Is this your voting card, cleric? I'm not gonna tell him. The thing is, my voting card has every single party marked as my party, and I can't have him know that I did that. We can't tell him that this is my voting card. Don't respond. The goblin meets your gaze with cold demeanor. We had trouble getting enough of these for all the halfway folk. I had to personally annoy the city until we got the proper delivery. You should take care of it, cleric, but I'm sure it will still work on election day. Good to know. I'm a member of every political party. God, this is why I'm, according to that old King of the Castle joke, a centrist. Alright, what do I need? I need intelligence to behold him. I'm pretty smart. I'm a pretty smart guy. That's why I'm gonna be the best wizard. This is an accessory, so this goes on my pocket watch. Okay. So the tiny dictator, it's an unseen servant magically attuned to a feather, pencil, and paper. It will write down everything spoken within 10 feet. They can ruin lives, or worse, careers. Very cool. I have an unseen servant. I have an unseen servant now. Very cool. Oh. Grants a minor charisma increase for a week? Oh my god. How long is this game? I'm still on day 1. I'm so slow. I'm sorry, y'all. And I'm sorry we had the whole fucking Vanta Black Green Lantern side quest. I'm going to not get distracted for the rest of the stream, I promise. We're gonna focus, and we're going to get through this fucking day. Okay, we're gonna be fine. Alright, so we need intelligence. So this is better intelligence than the esoteric pocket watch. Okay. You take that as a challenge to distract, you will try. Okay. My spellbook. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to go change it to detect alignment. For an instant, any creature of the types aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead will be clearly indicated to you. Additionally, any behold check will reveal the creature's alignment in accordance with Jor's strings. Okay. So detect alignment is the same as detect evil and good, except it also tells me somebody's alignment. Cool, 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 cool. That's interesting. I should prepare that next time we head out of this room. But for now, let's try to talk to the guy. Oh! You take a step into the cramped office standing in front of a sleeping halfling. This is a scholar. Curse the gods. Go investigate his book collection before waking the lazy halfling. Yeah. I forgot to behold him. And I already checked his book collection. Okay, not too good. He's a level 4 scholar. A scholar of the Fordnip Commonwealth, a man working out of a hole in the wall. This is the type of man who knows exactly where he is going, and is simply going there very slowly and deliberately. He knows his expertise. His moves are calculated. His journey, long. He's just like me. You know, his art in the background, that looks like a Dimension 20 piece of art. You know what Dimension 20 is? Dimension 20 is the Dropout D&D live play. DM'd by Brennan Lee Mulligan. And this looks very Dimension 20 coded. It's actually why I got Dropout. When the first episode of Dimension 20 dropped, when Dropout just started, I immediately got on that shit, and I paid to get on Dropout with that early comer price. And now everybody loves Dropout. I gotta wonder. I have to wonder, what is it about Dropout that took off? And how many people were there in the beginning with me? Because I loved College Humor for a long time. Like, I was watching College Humor when they were doing all of their Dropout does not exist stuff. Obviously before Dropout existed. Oh, what's going on? Okay. Yeah. You take a step into the cramped office, standing in front of a sleeping halfling. This is a scholar. Curse the gods. Yeah, okay. Good forenoon, citizen. Okay. Is what he just did, so we have to talk like that. It's genuine and original in a way that a lot of people are looking for, and that didn't really exist elsewhere at that time, in your opinion. They're like funny or something. But what do you mean by in that time, FemFilm, bro? Because as far as I know, FemFilm, bro, you didn't even watch fuck, what's it called? Why am I forgetting? Total Forgiveness. Like, how many people who know about Dropout watch Total Forgiveness? How many people who know about Dropout have watched most of the Dimension 20 things? Like, I don't know what you mean by at that time, because the original series that I watched when Dropout came out, most people on Dropout have never watched. So I don't know what you mean by at that time. Oh! He mutters and widens his bushy eyes. Like, it's good. Dropout is very good, and I'm not upset that people like Dropout. That's not what I'm saying. My question is when did they take off? And how many people like Dropout for the same reasons that I like Dropout? That is more what I'm asking for here. His confused gaze focuses on you. Life is pain? Glare at him. This is just like all of you. You wake up You come into my stream as soon as you wake up, and you go, I hate it here. Terrible, terrible pain. Oh. He mutters and rubs his face. The wrinkles fold over one another like waves on a storied sea. Are you... He looks at you with his weary expression. Then he rubs his nose and sniffs twice. Are you here for the invoice? Clink glanced at Snow. His words come out in a typical Fordnip accent. What? The invoice! Lean over to Snow. Should I have an invoice? No. No? No? Oh! Hold on. I've already paid the invoice. You're here for something different. He leans in, facing Snow. I hope Queen Goblin has no quarrel with this old scholar. He holds up his palm. Nah, we're here on city business. Wake up. Good joke. Good joke. Exploring random buildings, and yours was unlocked. That's not. So, you are a trespasser of benevolent intent. I guess that's not too far off. Curiosity is absolutely vital for keeping the old brain in motion, so I commend you, cleric. And you as well, my goblin friend. He looks around, grunting. Can I get either of you some fucking water, or... Yes! I love this guy. I love this guy. Perfect. He's perfect. No notes. No notes. He wields swear words like coastal winds. This is what I aspire to. The mustache is the cherry on top. The mustache is the entire thing. I like this guy. He's like a rabid dog without the biting. So far.
Every day I wake up!
Very good, very good. The whole outfit, yeah, the sort of like patchwork outfit of this guy, he's very cool. You know what? Fem Film Bro, he looks like your dad. He looks like your dad, Fem Film Bro. I'm not gonna lie. I look at this guy. Yeah, that looks like your dad. He doesn't act like your dad, but that looks like your dad. Oh, fuck. This halfling is wild in a fun way. No thank you. Your companion replies very quickly. The scholar Appledent. Appledent? Right. Me? Yes! I am Snorri Appledent, he says and bows his head in the chair. Scholar of Fordnip University, in dedicated service to the progress of AIS. What exactly do you do? Many things. I'm like that very well-known deck. Primarily, my expertise lands on the topic of alignment and its many historical and contemporary applications. Some bullshit, I will tell you. This is, crazy. I had a philosophy professor that I had a couple classes with because I quite liked him. And that sounds like something he would probably say. He was mostly a Marxist professor, but as an undergrad, he had to teach a bunch of like shitty little ethics classes, and I don't think he was a big fan of teaching them. What a cool guy. Alignment, an esoteric effect which brands each creature on the coast with one of... Okay, my dog is barking. They don't like the alignment. I think I'm gonna run ads. I'm gonna see what's going on with the dogs, and then I will be right back to read about alignment and continue our conversation with Appledent. Pet the dogs. I will. I'll be right back, y'all. Yes, I know. Hello. still sad I didn't get to fuck your one professor? Which professor? Femfilm Bro's dad? What are you talking about? What professor are you fucking? Oh! Oh! Okay, wait, I know exactly what you're talking about, Cece. Yes. Yes. Really fucking funny. Let's come back. Stepmom? Hopefully. But no, what Cece is referring to is that we were going through her, dating app matches. And one of the dating app matches was a guy I recognized because he was my physics professor. And I had seen that he had a bunch of like videos on Instagram and TikTok. So I went and I showed Cece this guy's Instagram and TikTok of all of his physics videos. And we responded to him on the dating app with something from one of his TikToks. And I guess he must not have responded to us. Oh, fuck. It was very funny. Very, very funny. I'm munching. How are y'all? Very disappointing, very disappointing. Also, stepmom film, bro. Your parents are still married. They may disown you, but I don't think your father has disowned your mother. That would just be grade A professor cheating. He'd be Oppenheimer maxing. He's Catholic? Even more so. Oppenheimer quoted the Bhagavad Gita when he did everything. Your dad can go ahead and say, you know, forgive me, Daddy. I didn't know what I was doing. It all tracks out. Yeah. You're a good Catholic too. You could be a homewrecker. I don't believe Cece. Her family don't even seem that Catholic to me. Everything Cece has said to me about her family doubts American evangelicalism. And they claim they're Catholic. They don't seem Catholic to me. I don't believe it. I simply do not believe Cece's family is Catholic. And Cece's like a fucking neo-pagan or something. I have a banana too. I had banana at the start of stream. Now we get a banana at middle of stream. Nice. Cece and I have a friend who is legitimately like a neo-pagan. And she complained to us one time about how white supremacists who are in the neo-pagan community make them look really bad. And me and Cece just kind of looked at each other like, I feel like most of the people in the neo-pagan community are probably white supremacists. They go to Catholic church, but my mom was raised Baptist, and you don't know what your father's family was up in the deep south in England. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? I don't think they're Catholic. Ugh. Wah 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 wah. Energy drink. I'm killing it. I have so much energy. The power of the sun in the palm of my hand. And it's purple. And it's purple. Purple Rain. Isn't that Prince? Isn't Prince like super homophobic? Or I guess was super homophobic? Everybody tries to act like he is a gay icon or something. But that guy was like super homophobic. Just saying. Just saying. Much like Cece's Christian family. They're all little princes. You don't know anything about them? Do you ever complain about CS traffic? You feel like you haven't. City Skyline? I complain about CS traffic. Because that is, what? Counter-Strike has too many people. We need less of them. Too much gambling going on. Okay. Games. They're happening. Alignment. An esoteric effect which brands each creature on the coast with one of 9 labels on 2 axes. Why is intelligence not knowing words? This doesn't seem like intelligence. Okay. Lawful to chaotic and good to evil. It is debated exactly who or what determines the parameters within this effect. Spells like Detect Alignment are capable of parsing this effect. Alignment. Everyone's got one. Some spells can detect it, but don't read too much into it. Alignment is just an internal thing, and doesn't really have too much real-world application. Is it true? It is mostly a, like, legacy item left in D&D from previous versions. It doesn't have much effect on 5e, and it really shouldn't, because it's not a good way of characterizing anything.
Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
Ah, dang it! We should figure out an alignment chart to put things on from the stream. Like, we could determine whether, what good bed is lawful, neutral, or chaotic good. We could determine whether, what else? The BDSM test is chaotic neutral or not. We could figure it out. How did he fucking sound? I have already forgotten this guy. These days, I mostly deal with other forms of study. Specifically, I run this office here on the experimental technique of psychoanalysis. Oh, fuck. There's that, city where all of the different big thinkers were, including Freud. City with Freud, and others. What the hell was that city where that had all the different people? Vienna, Austria. Okay, yeah. Freud, Hitler, Stalin, Trotsky, and Tito. Wait, who's Tito? What the hell is this? Yeah, Tito. Hitler, Trotsky, Tito, Freud, and Stalin were all in Vienna in 1913. Crazy stuff. Oh, I really hope this sucks. You think the one use of alignment in 5e is for when effects change your alignment? What kind of magic is that? No magic at all. Although there has been some detect thoughts involved at some point in the development. Oh my god, hypnotherapies. This guy needs to go suck it. It's a form of mind healing, as they call it. I'll be one to call it support instead. It is essentially the idea. The mental present is shaped by the mental past, and that through dialogue, our unreleased unconscious ghosts can be vanquished. So it's, talking about feelings? I know! Truly horrifying! A Regian friend of mine once told me this joke, and I apologize if it is too vulgar for your taste, but he sputters out the words through little chortles. Right? Okay, a cleric, an arcanist, and a rogue delve into the lair of a succubus. The fiend defeats all three men, throwing them in her dungeon. But she grows to fancy them, so he offers them a choice. For each man who can successfully satisfy her, she will let that man go. Otherwise, he speaks with fits of laughter in between, she ends them, so to say. You actually haven't heard this one. So, the three adventurers debate which order to go. Eventually, the rogue and arcanist decide the cleric should go first, as he is a virgin, and will be least likely to increase her standards. What are y'all saying? Did you know mustache is Schnurrbart in German? You think his name has a German origin? Probably. That probably makes sense. A goblin companion rubs his eyes as he listens to the joke. The cleric, being divine, and so on, prays to his god and goes to the fiend's bedchambers. He comes out 10 minutes later, completely unharmed, and gives a thumbs up to his two friends, who, of course, both feel a great sense of relief. The arcanist goes in next, confident and arrogant. If the cleric could do it, the fiend must be easy. Within minutes, his bones roll out of the bedchamber entrance, the man having been incinerated by hellish flames. I've already got him. This is how he's gonna sound, Logi. The rogue is horrified, but realizes, obviously, the arcanist overestimated his abilities. So he carefully enters the bedchamber, ready to put every ounce of effort into it. Less than a minute later, screams erupt from the bedchamber, and the rogue's lifeless corpse falls out of the entrance. The cleric prays for the souls of his comrades, and gathers their remains for burial. The succubus steps out, smoking a cigarette. She tells the cleric, "My, your friends were truly terrible. They were just fumbling about down there. At least you managed to touch it a little." To which the cleric responds, "You are truly an awful creature, and I will pray for your presence to be exorcised from this plane of existence every day until the day I die." Then, before he walks away, the cleric also adds, "Oh, but I did heal that horrible wound you had between your legs. Hopefully that makes you less evil in the future." Oh yeah, that is a good one. That is a good one. That is a good one. That's funny. He fucked it up for him. Oh, fuck. He turned her into a Barbie doll. Okay. Okay. Incredible. Incredible. The goblin lets out a slight gust of wind through his nose. I get it. The halfling chortles loudly. My kind of humor, you might say. In short, you can view the succubus as an evil in the world which religious fervor would pray to repair. However, such reparation could often lead to a not-so-optimal path. He keeps on laughing. Or, most simply, you could say it's a basic allegory for alignment itself. The guy meant well for all intents, but his actions cost the lives of both his comrades. Is that evil, or is it good? And so on. Either way, psychoanalysis. Yes, that's what we were talking about. It's about your feelings, thoughts, memories, choices you've made, things that have happened to you. They can bog you down, so to say. And the goal in my clinical practice is to root that out in my patients' minds and help make them aware of repressed negative baggage, if you will. So one can move forward more speedily. Do you think the succubus was their mom? Do you think he would have any thoughts on that? I don't have any repressed negative feelings. A bold claim! But it's not the only thing I work on here. I am currently exploring the dream of anima. Animus. And that's something to do with masculinity and femininity. Based on Cividix's ideas. Interesting. A dream of man and woman. What a pervert. You like this guy. Okay. So you explore men and women? Poor phrasing, but yes. Beyond that, I also focus a lot on my own unverified theories. He slaps his knees and grins. The folk spirit. Have you heard of it? What are you... like fucking... not Crowley. What's the other guy? LaVey? Or is it Crowley? I think it's LaVey who talks more about the sort of bee spirit, but of course there's plenty of different folk spirits and animal spirits we could talk about. I haven't heard about it. Understandable, it's not yet published. The folk spirit is the working title for my new thesis. Most of it is, if you excuse my anaran, fucking bullshit. So Anurin is French, which we know because the frog guy spoke Anurin and he was French. Very good. Very good. Everything is staying consistent. But in short, it is about how each folk share a number of core communal archetypes or myths. I have traveled around the coast to collect as many tales, writing down thousands of stories previously only passed down orally. All to see how well my theory holds up in the minds of so many folk. He clears his throat and leans back in his chair. Apologies, I am ranting here. Let us put a stop to it. What do you want, cleric? Damn. What is love? What is love? Love! He lets out a frustrated groan. Pure calamity. Deadly and destructive. Its nature is just perverted and foul. Without it is a complete surrender. Because it is a complete surrender. Without idealization. Interesting. To love is to accept, without proof or demands or conditions, this complete surrender to another. Ridiculously risky. This guy's more fucked up than you are. I mean, this is just the beginning of the Phaedrus, right? The belief that love is a madness, that you are giving something up to somebody, before we get to the belief that this is actually a good thing, a divine type of madness. So, I shouldn't love? He shrugs. If you can. Yes, of course you should not take such a risky bet. Then he takes a breath. Calming himself down for the punchline. Love is a completely unpredictable and dangerous encounter. And I have yet to meet a sentient folk which is not afflicted by it. And interestingly enough, I see no difference. It is universal. Elf love, halfling love, devil love. Ooh, the devil's three-way? Devil, lawful evil fiend. They are lawyers, soul traders, and either the most efficient type of leaders or the worst type of middle managers. Their numbers are dwindling as of late, but in Blood City Bay they still rule supreme. True love is always irrational. It is finding the perfect inside of the imperfect, and falling entirely into it, swallowed by it. Some folk might act it out in different ways, depending on their communal nature or biological urges, but if you are one of the few who do not need it, good. Be happy. If you are not, then good luck, and may the gods bless your soul. If you're one of the few who do not need it, good, be happy. Who doesn't need love? Because, like, what he's saying, there can be differences between communal values and biological urges. And even if you are asexual or if you are aromantic, I still think most aro-ace people are gonna go through a phase of wanting that romance, or, you know, thinking that sex is required for that romance and that they're missing on something out, because they don't experience sexual or romantic attraction. And I don't think it's that simple to sort of be told that you don't require love if you are aro-ace or something. I don't really know what he could be referring to other than that, and I don't think that's a good reference there. Your biological clock is ticking? The joke is that Cece is a trans woman. I don't think her biological clock is ticking. Okay. Tell me about the folk spirit. Imagine, if you will, the origin of our stories. Just keep quiet and let him rant. As sentient folk, we clearly have the base ability to come up with random ideas and turn them into emotionally resonant tales. Tales that explore the condition of life itself and make us feel many things. But an interesting thing happens if one of those were to study the core parts of these stories. That even if we look at stories crafted in entirely different bands, separated isolated tribes, or even in worlds outside Jor itself, there's overlap. Should I just let him speak? Just repeat the last thing he said. That'll make you sound smart. Overlap? Indeed! Humans who live in the remote mountains of Im have the same repeated tropes in their foundational myths as humans in reeds. Same for halflings. The Stormbloods of Kargamesh have the same variations as my people in Fordnip, despite being separated in esoteric evolution by at least 10 millennia. Kargamesh, one of 8 bands along the coast, a land of vast xeric shrublands and deserts, famous for its underground cities and oasis kingdoms, home of elementals, halflings, and the many planes touched in between. So, it is strange to call somebody plane touched, because plane touched is a older D&D term that can refer to anybody who is a humanoid that has, like, traits corresponding to the different planes. But we've already seen that the Abyssal Band has tiefling cities, and tiefling cities would be humanoids who are touched by fiendish natures. And so it seems like they're using planes touched to refer to what are normally called in modern day D&D genasi, which are humans who are touched by the planes of the elements. And so planes touched feels like a strange term to use there, because it's such a broad term, and I don't think that's what they're going for. I think they're going for genasi, and something along those lines. But it's using an archaic term, which would also include tieflings, Asimar, what do you call them, Eladrin? Yeah. Of course, Eladrin, at the time that plane touch would be used, would be completely different from what Eladrin we have today, but that's neither here nor there. It's as if every folk is haunted by a spirit, like an unconscious collective dream of concepts and ideas that follow us. Even when those separate folk originate from entirely different worlds. Could you imagine? 2 folk arrive through 2 separate gates of Jor. They are alien to one another, culturally, spiritually, biologically. Yet they share those core myths. That is what I am studying. Don't let him rant anymore, please. What I would think is this is referring to the fact that the real world is touching all of these things, or that the DM is the person who made all of these things, and that is the spirit that is being referred to here. That's very interesting. Isn't it? Most importantly, it's provable. How is it provable? Reproducibility, analysis, scientific method. Cultures and folk who had no contact with one another, even originating from different worlds, both have the same core myths, narrative traits, archetypes, repeated tropes, same method used when uncovering ancient dead languages. Using common denominators to narrow down similarities and differences, he adjusts his mustache. Now, there hasn't been that much reproducibility yet from my peers. Okay, so let's talk about tobacco and tobacco use, right? So, we don't know that tobacco causes all of the health effects that we say tobacco causes, but we have plenty of evidence that we try to use to showcase that it is increasingly more likely that using tobacco products is going to have these health effects. The reason for that is because observational studies cannot prove causation. Observational studies can only definitively prove correlation. If you want to definitively prove causation, what you need to do is you need to set up an experiment. And so the easy way to prove this is to set up an experiment where you create an entirely new civilization separate from every other civilization, and you watch that civilization develop and see if it develops the same archetypes. And that's the only way to prove that there's some type of like causation here. What he really means is that he's looking for different temporal differences and trying to increasingly prove that there's a greater correlation which may indicate causation here. But, he's not getting it. He's not getting it. Still working on getting other scholars in on this topic. Is there a folk sphere that's better? Better means nothing. There's so much weight put onto making one greater in some perspective than others, and it's just a ridiculous game of dick swinging. I mean, have you ever read Kant, dude? That's all Kant's gonna say. He's gonna say that there is one culture that's better than every other culture. He specifically talks about what? The lazy East Islanders, I believe is the quote. Obviously, I don't believe in lazy East Islanders, considering my family comes from those places. But yeah, there's plenty of philosophy here that would probably try to make that argument. Of course, I also hate this horrid idea that every culture is amazing and wonderful and, you know, everyone is holding hands and dancing together. No! Every culture is equally terrible. That doesn't mean anything. Go fuck yourself. I don't like this guy anymore. They're all specialized. These symbols we produce are clothed in meaning based on lived experience. A human living in the frozen tundra will derive and require much different practical uses of those core myths than a man living in the harsh deserts. Yet each folk type has its own fundamental traits that these symbols represent. You talk a lot. I know, just tell me to shut up when you get tired. This guy's just like me. Except I hate him. What happens when the two folk types merge? Ah, yes. He gives a finger. No clue. It is even harder to pinpoint due to the nature of merging cultures. In cases like humans and dwarves here in Norvik, there's more data, but not enough to say anything of note. But it seems to me like the folk spirit remains pure in a sense, in one direction or the other. For example, humans can obviously reproduce with dwarves, but the offspring is always aesthetically and biologically speaking very human. I don't like that. Okay. Well, scientifically speaking, different species. Dogs do not breed with cats, do they? What the fuck is this guy talking about? The same effect can be seen in most functional folk mixed breeding. Logically, it should not be. Evolutionary adaptation dictates the creation of a mixture, not a one-sided creature, so it is theorized to be some type of powerful esoteric effect that allows the reproduction to take place. In the scholarly community, we call it the OSO effect, one-sided offspring. Okay. So one side is always dominant, huh? Not biologically speaking, but esoterically, yes, objectively so. There's a list of this hierarchy in some textbooks, but it's a pretty taboo topic, as you might imagine. Yeah, I think eugenicism is a pretty taboo topic. Doesn't this mean dwarves would stop existing and just become human? That is a good question. If two people live alongside one another for a long enough time and they reproduce with one another equally, but the offspring are all aesthetically human, then yes. Eventually there would only be one people, and it would be a people who look human. However, there's a big factor in charge here. That is the elusive and enticing topic of mating preference. There's not much proven data I can point to, but if you allow me to speculate, then I would say only a minority of the population of any tribe will ever have a strict preference for mating outside of that tribe. Without a basic assumption like that, I do not believe the tribe itself would remain intact enough for civilization to emerge. So, in the case of dwarves and Norvik, I do not believe the two tribes can ever truly merge. Cooperate? Yes. Cohabitate? Of course. Even mingle and date and crossbreed? Absolutely. Why not? But merge? No, impossible. Of course, this assumption ignores the OSO effect, so it feels a bit crackpotty. Take it as you wish. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh my god, this bot's scam message is insane. They asked me if I wanted popularity. That's fucking insane, dude. Alright. Okay, crazy. Absolutely crazy. So let's talk about this. So he's saying that these cultures will always remain distinct because these are distinct species. But also, there is this OSO effect, which means that phenotypically, these will always present as humans, rather than phenotypically presenting as dwarves when you have these like half-dwarf creatures. Now, genetically, I'm not entirely sure how that would work, but we don't need to deal with genetics, because as he said, it seems to be magic that is allowing for the crossbreeding to occur, and then the OSO effect is a product of that magical crossbreeding. I dislike this belief that there is this biological incentive to breed within the same tribe, because obviously tribalism, the more bottleneck effects you have, is going to cause genetic instability. If anything, you should be looking for different genetics. This is why people are attracted to people who have different smells than them, because what that smells are caused by their immune systems. So if you have a different immune system than somebody else, you'll smell in a way that is more attractive to them because you're looking for this genotypic, or not genotypic, but you're looking for diversity. I guess genotypically works. And so breeding outside of the tribe would genetically make sense. So I'm not really understanding what this thing all accounts for here. Or you think about Neanderthals and Neanderthal DNA in humans. I mean, Neanderthals, I'm sure mostly bred with one another, but plenty of Neanderthals crossbred with humans, and that worked out. Not for the Neanderthals, I guess, but it worked out for the humans. So it seems entirely possible that two different species can cohabitate, and that one would eventually take over, because that's what happened to the fucking Neanderthals, right? I don't think this is a very good theory, my dude. And I don't like the way that that's all cracking out here. If you want to know about my D&D setting, typically what this is going to come down to is the distinction, because I made this setting way before they tried to separate the different races of humanoids in D&D into species in D&D, I typically have this distinction between race and lineage, and the sort of ways that lineages eventually become their own specific races, and that everything probably traces back to one or maybe slightly more common ancestors that just developed lineages that eventually spread out to being races. You stepped out, we're talking about scent? No, we're talking about eugenics. Alright. I'm getting out of here. And you think the folk spirit follows the one-sided offspring? Maybe. I've not done enough work to say anything for sure, nor have I been peer-reviewed. Nor am I a very sane or stable individual. He grins. You aren't. I'm getting out of here. The goblin crosses his arms, ready to hear your comment. The halfling scholar leans back in his armchair. I think your rant about breeding was very conspiratorial. He almost jumps out of his chair. A conspiracy? Yes, I do suppose I go out on a limb with very little proof. But isn't that the fun? To yell about something, only to be proved wrong, to take that humiliation, learn from it. Oh, he wants to be humiliated. That is what makes the intellect great. Wonderful, wonderful failure. He sniffs. Thank you for listening to my rant, cleric. You as well, my goblin friend. You're welcome? I don't like this guy. How does death and resurrection work with all this stuff? What do you mean exactly? Is there a soul? The fuck do I know? What do you mean? What do you mean the fuck do I know? I don't think I like this guy. Or what he implies for the setting. I don't like this guy. He laughs. Ghosts exist, of course, as do wraiths and other foul undead spirit things. And there is much arcanist data on such things. Like if a person is resurrected, their ghost ceases to be. That implies the ghost is the soul, right? But speak with dead in fact, a ghost is technically able to ask questions to its own corpse. Very surreal. Cool. Which implies the soul also leaves a conscious remnant of itself, which is able to be animated through magic. Cool. And if a person is resurrected even after very long periods of time, they will have no memory of the time as a free soul. Interesting. Thus, there is evidence that the soul is not so much a personhood. That shit is all up in the brain from what we can see, but rather just some type of divine spark. Okay, this is something I could get behind. Like a power source that wants to be one with the universe, or your god. Yeah, okay. No, that makes a lot of sense. I dislike the way you started this. Because the way you started this comes from a very modern perspective. Because what he's describing is what historically can be referred to as a soul throughout most of history. And what he is saying what the fuck about is our modern conception of the soul. And yeah, that's basically it. He is deconstructing a modern construction of the soul by talking about a past one, as if that's something new to somebody studying philosophy. Like, come the fuck on. If you have philosophy in this world, and it's developed in a similar way that we have liberalism and agrarian communism and fascism sprouting up, you should have a similar initial conception of the soul, which is exactly what you're describing, dude. The Lich is specifically a creature who consumes these so-called souls for their own gain, which is not very common. Destruction of that magical spark is of course a horrid crime of metaphysical levels, since resurrection, rebirth, and unity with one's god is impossible at that point. Resurrection, the act of returning a dead person back to life. There are many spells that do this, from the weak Revivify to the legendary True Resurrection. A third level necromancy spell. If used within 60 seconds of death and the body isn't too ruined, the target is brought back to life. It also typically costs 100 gold piece diamond, I believe. Oh no, he's too smart for the game? I'm not too smart for the game. It just doesn't track to me that somebody who studies philosophy would act like the soul is such a specific thing that he needs to be all confused about. But then again, back in the day, it used to be common for mortals to sell their souls to various devils or aberrations. So you're saying I should sell my soul? I suppose the more interesting question to ask is, do you even own your soul? That is the best question, because I would argue that you do not own your soul. The soul is not something you can buy or sell, so to speak, because it's, I think, more of a communal thing. I don't think there is an individualist soul. There's only a communal soul. What gives us individuality is our bodies. And so when you are selling something which is more you, I would say you're selling your body. To sell your soul is complicated, and I don't think it makes much sense without a very specific conception of what the soul might be. And who are you in relation to your soul? I'm just a dude. Did death change your nature? A frown spread across his face. Necromancers in old arcane era tradition did much study on this topic. And yes, death and subsequent resurrection can function as a reset for the mind in a way, but arguably no less than any other severe trauma. The data is hard to trust, however, so I will not say it for sure. There is much study to do on this topic, and I am no expert. Can one spontaneously resurrect themselves? I've not heard of such a thing, but why not? We've got some other questions. You're an expert in alignment, huh? Somewhat. I wrote my masterpiece on the subject. That should account for somewhat of an understanding of the subject. Not enough. Never enough. He sniffs. Who decides what any of this means? There are theories. Some say it's the gods. Some say it's Jor himself who controls the parameters in this world of this. Some believe it's simple inscribed into the universe, an absolute law. Cool. What do you think? I do not know. If I had to guess, I would say it is something overlapping between worlds, mostly because I do not believe Jor, from all I've read, to be smart enough to make up a system as complicated as this on his own. It's not complicated. It's extremely basic. This is what happens when somebody, like, I'm not going to accuse the dev of this, but there's a lot of cases of people playing a character with high intelligence in D&D, and they don't really know how to do it because they feel like they have to act in such a way to come off as intelligent, and they just don't feel like they have the intelligence to do so. And that's what I'm getting the vibe off of this character, that he has to act in such a way as to seem intelligent while being up with his flighty nature? What do you call it? Yeah, he's kind of flighty and wacky, and it's coming into contention with his intelligence, I think. Does alignment matter? Oh, not in any real way. It can be a tool, but if you cannot read it properly, seeing a man blend with chaotic evil means nothing. But if you learn, it can be used to understand folk better. You can statistically expect an evil person to act in their own interest, and you can expect a good person to act in the interests of others. A smart man can use this to his advantage, which is also an evil act, I believe. Funny how it goes. Why isn't it illegal to be evil? Might as well make it illegal to be sentient. Branding it as evil might be the core problem here. There were arcanists who created alternate naming conventions for alignments, altruism and egotism, for example, but not catch on, as they say. But everyone has to be evil sometimes. Imagine your family is starving, alongside two other families who are also starving. The other families are smaller folk, who only need half as much food. Would you feed your own family, or sacrifice them to feed the other two families? Okay, utilitarianism. Feeding your own family. Depends, what are the other families like? No. I don't have a family of my own. Well, none of these would be my answer. I guess it depends on who has the food. If I have the food, it is my moral imperative to keep my family alive, right? If they have the food, I'm not going to steal it from them. They should eat it themselves. I'm not going utilitarianism. I'm feeding my own family. That is a normal answer, yes, but what exactly is objectively considered in alignment terms in this scenario? Is it selfish to care for your own people before others? No. No, that's not selfish. The problem here is that utilitarianism is not a good moral foundation. Has it more to do with the exact number of people who live or die, suffer or prosper, in a purely utilitarian perspective? No. These questions have all been asked before, and have arguably been answered. From what we can see, especially looking at the data collected from horrendously unethical experiments performed by Arcanist scholars, it's just about intention. If a man chooses to focus on his own family, but feels really bad about the other starving families, then he'll be more good than another man who does not think of the others suffering at all. Oh, the proximity rule? Do you mean the ludicrous scale? The proximity rule states that the emotional distance between yourself and the target determines the level of selfishness. If you sacrifice your life to protect your family, that's more selfish than if you sacrifice your life for a stranger. The latter is more good. So he's saying that people who are more on the left are more good than people on the right? Because, of course, people on the left feel more empathy towards people who are further away relationship-wise than people on the right feel. Alright, zombie, you must make your own alignment system? No, alignment's stupid. That's the entire point. This entire thing is fucking stupid. Proximity rule. A rule of alignment. If an action is taken for the benefit of a target, then if said target is closer emotionally to you, it will result in a less good action. If a target is further away from you, such as a stranger performing selfless actions for them, result in more goodness. Like, this one isn't necessarily this guy's fault. He is trying to scientifically answer a metaphysical law in this world. And I would not at all blame this on this guy or on the dev or anything like that, because it's trying to metaphysically explain a D&D concept. And I am all for trying to metaphysically explain a D&D concept. That is all I ever want from a D&D setting. To have a logical understanding of how this thing makes sense in this world. And so, this all makes sense to me. I'm not upset with any of this the same way I'm upset with, like, the crossbreeding thing. Because the alignment system is fucking stupid, but it is ingrained into the game in such a way that you have to explain it somehow. So I like this. And I don't want to make my own alignment system. I want to see the problems of something that is currently ingrained into the world. It's the same way. I'm not going to talk about it. You know what I'm going to talk about, CC. You hate it. I love it. I'm not going to talk about it. So in the end, a genuinely selfless person will always have a much easier time being branded with good than a naturally selfish one. He scratches his hairy eyebrows simultaneously. By the gods, I talk too much. Make me stop. It's all about alignment for now. Okay, good. He wipes some sweat off his brow. Can you give me some mind healing? Of course, I am, however, a bit swamped in work right now. I'll get you a book slot. I have time after the election. You should come visit then. Okay. Great. I have not had a chance to hold a dialogue with a cleric before. It'll be interesting. Truth be told, I am very overworked. I'm struggling with a certain topic. He makes a noise that might have once been a cough. The old man is frustrated. He's trying to avoid even thinking about it. What? I'm focusing on a specific idea of civetics. The idea of two opposite faces of your ego, masculine and feminine. Okay. But I just can't seem to get past a certain hurdle. Obstacle. Explain. You see, there's a work called Book of the Mind. It is, in my opinion, civetics' masterpiece in the figurative sense. Figurative? Indeed. Listen on. There's a rare edition of this book, which contains a rumored so-called final foreword from Civetics himself. In this foreword, he apparently reveals a revelation about his categorization of the psyche. specifically on the topic of gender. Truly eldritch knowledge. Might be nothing, but it would be highly interesting to get my grubby hands on it. He leans in and whispers, and more importantly, it would bring me great pleasure to know how much Sibidix would be spitting in whatever Thazenian mass grave if he's buried in if he knew a halfling like myself was pioneering in his footsteps. Oh! He wasn't a fan. Like most humans of his era, he was very, let's say, humanity first. In my world, I use the term humanity first to refer to people who are humanoid first. Right, maybe humanoid first is a better term, but I think humanity first still works. Because I think when you refer to humanity in a D&D setting, you're not referring to just humans, are you? When you say, oh, the humanity! No, you're referring to a culturally humanoid type of thing. And, yeah. He's trying to say humanoid, or he's trying to say human first. Because they're racist. Or speciesist or something. But I normally reserve that for the differences between humanoids and other creature types. Snurr leans back in his chair. This final 6th edition of the book, it was only printed in 10 copies. The publisher then hiked up the price in order to sell it to his collectors. These collectors have then spent the last 3 decades using these copies as a form of investment, making sure to keep the content of that forward a tightly guarded secret. Reading is boring. How terrible. Scholar's words should be freely available. Nothing is ever free, even if it is free. So what, you want me to find this rare book? He nods. I drank a bit too much the other night, and in my desperation, I paid a divider to cast Locate Object for me. I didn't expect anything, and it was very expensive. However, she actually found it. A copy of the 6th edition book to the Mind is here, very close to Waterlane View. And she even told me the exact direction. About 40 meters straight down. Okay. Meters? Oh, it's really funny. Because the common measuring system in 5e D&D, I think in all D&D, is the Imperial system. And so the cleric, as somebody who understands the rules of D&D, doesn't know what the fuck meters are. That's really good. That's a good joke. That's a good bit. That's a good fucking bit. Right. This is something like 100 feet. 150 maybe. Sorry, the Diviner was a free strider. You know how their Lycan reads. Silly decimal people. See? I really like when people make strides. Okay. To explain something in a setting. Or to, like, include it in the common ways that people interact in that setting. It's a very cool way of world building. What was the name of this diviner? Lisa, I believe. He sniffs. She used to have a hut on top of the Free Strider building. It wandered away, I think. Baba fucking Yaga? What's, what, is it Tasha? Eaglewilf? You briefly thought about converting to metric when you started making your setting, but immediately realized how annoying it would be? Exactly. Wandered? He makes little walking motions with his fingers. Skadoodled, as they say. That's very strange. An esoteric house? If you don't know who Tasha or Eaglewilf is, she is a character from, what is it? What is it called? What is it called? That one setting. Gray. I want to say Greylance for some reason. Greyhawk. She is the daughter of Baba Yaga. And for a time, She controlled the demon prince of lust. We love Tasha. And it feels like Lisa with a walking house reminds me of Tasha. She seemed kind. I hope she stops working for those fucking parasites. He doesn't like the Reedsian Free Striders. Well, yeah, like what I'm saying about this setting, Logi, and what Cece is saying, is the entirety of D&D's rules have always used the Imperial system. And so I thought it was funny that my character doesn't understand the metric system because it is almost ontologically ingrained into the world that the Imperial system is how it should operate. And that's the entirety of what I've been saying this entire conversation with this guy. These are all ontologically ingrained rules of D&D that we're discussing. And this one was really funny. You trust this diviner? Well, trust might be a strong of a word, but she was connected to the Freesiders, and while they are ruthless capitalists, they would not keep a scam artist around. Or if they did, it'd be a very funny, of course. Sounds like a quest. Sure, why not? So many side quests, Snow mutters to himself. Delve into the dangerous tunnels below and get me that book. Don't get yourself killed. In exchange, I will, well, what the fuck kind of reward do you want? I want you to teach me how to be a man. No, impossible. I have no idea myself. Pick something different. Okay. I want you to heal my broken mind. Impossible. No one can fix another's mind. I can promise support, but no guarantee. Choose something else. Do you have a magic item or something? He shrugs. I have a book in droves. I have books in droves. You know what? He says and snaps his fingers. The book itself. It's expensive, probably magical in some sense. Give me the book. Let me take a look at that forward, and you keep the book afterwards. That's still a quest, right? So you can't offer me something else too? What? You want a hug? Meh. I suppose I can offer some guidance in understanding the book as well. If you let me make a copy of that forward real quick. Cheer. Yeah! He sniffs. I'm not an expert in what kind of weird shit is down there, but the city below is dangerous, so don't wander blindly. Good luck, cleric. Why don't you use your magic in your mind healing? It does not work. Not the greatest arcanist could invent a spell capable of fixing mental unwellness. If you happen to find a cure mind spell, you would make a fucking fortune casting on rich people around the coast. Although just the thought of such magic makes me a sort of ontological nightmare. What does it mean to have a cured mind? Did yours, some outside god, at some point decide what constitutes a wound of the mind, in the same way suffering is used to heal wounds of the physical? Pain equals negativity. That is universal. No, it isn't. I talked about Pazzo and Lucky plenty. They love pain. The universal indicator of the negative. Yes, when you heal a person, magic itself targets the source of pain, as a sort of bullseye for averting any harm, no matter the source of specific biology of the person. But negativity is not pain. We are negative. As existential beings, we are negation. Which is why both fascists and anarchists are idealists, because they point to the negative. Okay, we're playing. Ads are playing. It's gonna be one of those magic books only one person can read per century. He's out to scam you. What CC is referring to is there are books in 5e D&D that you read them and they increase your ability scores. So all of the different things that we're talking to, the different like personalities of us that we're talking to, they can be improved by these books once 100 years, and that is what CC is referring to. But yeah, like I was saying, yeah. Hello, cleric. What are you voting for in this selection? So, I think I've been shopping around. I don't know if you can hear me. Ads are apparently playing. We started with free striderism, and at this point, After learning I was the best Arcanist in that tower, I'm voting for myself. I'm gonna be a Mage King. What are you voting for, Lochi? I was the best Arcanist in that tower. I am going to rule everything. Tear it all down. Democracy's for losers. What? There's the Mary Shelley song. Democracy is dead. I love Mageocracy. Mageocracy for the win. Mageocracy is generally how these worlds start. You love spreading nationalist propaganda in the game, lol. My strength is so low, Lochi. I came in, and I'm so bad at fascism, and I'm so bad at agrarian communism. So I think I have to just go Mageocracy. My strength and my wisdom are my lowest stats. And I'm very glad that I made strength my lowest stat. Because that means I'm the least fascist person alive. Fascism is measurable, and I'm at the lowest end of the spectrum. I win. Currently, we've been talking with this guy, and I've been explaining the ontological rules of D&D, especially 5e D&D, and what parts of this I really like as world building around ontological rules of D&D, and what parts of this I dislike as constructions of the dev's own D&D setting. I don't like the crossbreeding thing that this guy presents. I think I've liked everything else because it is a, intellectual explanation of something that exists in the D&D rules. And I think it's really funny to do something like that. And I think it's a very smart way of world building to do something like that. But the crossbreeding thing, they lost me there. What if one suffers from night terrors caused by some horrors of the past? Do you have experience with D&D campaigns? Plenty. I've played D&D since I was 9 years old. I have plenty of experience with D&D campaigns. I started my first D&D game. I can tell this whole story. Basically, I've told this story before, but I played Magic the Gathering a lot with my uncle and my cousin. My brothers, I always asked them to play Magic the Gathering with me. They always thought I was talking about D&D because they played D&D with my uncle growing up. I asked my uncle about D&D. We played one session of first edition D&D, and then we quickly moved over to playing third edition D&D. And then when 5e came out, I went ahead and I started DMing for my friends' 5e games. And so I've DM'd 5e games since the start of 5e, and so it's something I have a lot of experience with. So that came out, 2014. 2014 is when 5e came out, so I've DM'd D&D games for the past 12 years. And I've played D&D for longer than that. Hold on. Yeah, I played D&D for longer than that. Wow, that's a lot. I had no idea about D&D and still ended up liking this game a lot. Oh, this game's great. This game's incredible. But as somebody who really likes D&D, this conversation specifically about the rules of D&D and how you have to explain that in the setting is something I've had a lot of fun with. Should a mind heal spell remove your ability to have night terrors, or should it remove the traumatic source from your memory, or simply lessen your mental ability of neuroticism? Could the latter lead to a society without neurotic people? Would that also dampen other fears? What would Jor consider to be a good level of negative thoughts? It sets my mind spinning! No negativity. Oh, that's disgusting. The world inside each mind needs to be diverse, both good and ill. There's a reason why that spell does not exist then. Let's go with the middle. I agree. The most neurotic people might be somewhat tortured, yes, but they are also some of our greatest thinkers and philosophers, perhaps even partially due to that internal pain. Okay, dude. I don't like that, but plenty of people think it. The halfling leans back in the chair. No, the mind requires another method, one I and many others are attempting to untangle. We'll see if any of us are even remotely successful in this brain bullshit. Okay, I know where it needs to be. What are you voting for in the election? I am a filthy Asgalist. I am not pro-Asgalism because you hate this guy? I'm not pro-Asgalism because I don't think, as with like Lenin might think, that you can jump straight into communism. I probably subscribe more to a Marxist belief that economic development has to occur from rural society into aristocracy, into bourgeois society, into proletarian society, and jumping from aristocracy into communist society, especially an agrarian communist society, I don't think that works out too well. Madnesses can be cured by magic in 5e. They can be. It depends on the madness. Okay. He does seem like the type to be in filthy Asgalist, though, right? Oh. Well, I call it filthy. Have you ever seen a clean Asgalist? Yeah, they are agrarian communists. He laughs at his own joke. Joke. The green banner is flown in a strange context here in the Republican wet dream of ours. Asgalism is supposed to be about abolishing the entire structure of hierarchy. That history is driven by economic struggles, specifically the clash between classes. Asgal's end goal is a classless, stateless society where everyone's equal. But looking at the Norvikian Asgalists, it's clear to me they long ago let this goal slip past. Look at them! They are shaking hands with the establishment, trying to find a peaceful solution, they say. No? Democratic socialism, I guess. You want violent revolution? They're simply becoming part of the establishment. Peace is good. We need violent revolution. No, let's ask him. You want violent revolution? He frowns. Look, the hairy halfling mutters. Genuine change, true change, needs a truly revolutionary break with the existing order. There's no doubt about that. Incremental reforms, small changes, within the capitalist system will always fail to address its fundamental contradictions and injustices. True. True, I don't think democratic socialism is going to help us out of this one, my friend. My time in Reeds made that clear to me. But always be wary of simplistic utopian visions. It is a path covered in corpses that leads such blind idealism. So I will vote for the social democratic compromise. This handshake with capital. Then I'll go home and piss myself and die. Dreaming the next generation of adventures, I do not. Okay. That, despite everything else I've said about this guy, was way more Marxist than Leninist. Okay. I hope the next generation votes for violent revolution. Mega Guillotine 2020. Compromise is good enough for now. Any Asgalism is too much Asgalism. I, on the other hand, am not an Asgalist. Lucky bastard. With a deep groan, he starts rubbing his hairy face. Workers unite, and unionization, and guild power! It's all well and good, until it gets too loud. Solidarity forever. Have any of you listened to the Afro Man, Solidarity Forever parody? Where he sings about the people who broke his fucking door? That's a good-ass song. Make a bit too much noise, and the true powers quickly and efficiently drop this illusionary mask, facade, the esoteric spell that tricks us into thinking they care, or that they are in any way folklorian. Okay. True. True. Asgalists are good and all, but I don't think they can run the country long term. They're agrarian communists. I don't think it makes sense for us to support agrarian communism as the type of society that we are in this world, I think it is just trying to pose modern day situations on a setting that does not need agrarian communists. I don't think agrarian communism works here, and so I don't think Asgilists are going to work, because I fundamentally, I think, disagree with that state of economic development. So about you, Cleric? Tell me, if not Asgilists, what are you voting? I'm voting for the new God King Wizard Emperor of Norvik. Oh, who is that? I did not see that dude on the card. Me, of course. He nods. What are your qualifications? Come on, sell it to me. Why should you be king? Do it. Show him your intellect. He sniffs. Now, for something else, before I start ranting about the suffragette movement. Tell me about the men and women. Your companion glances at you. No, please, I really, really want to know what you think about the suffragettes. The halfling wags a finger at you. You're a brave man, Cleric. Oh my god, am I flirting? Thanks. Stop doing that. He can't even see it? When the first talks of an election began, it was late Arcane era, about 30 years ago. In those early days, the suffragettes were mostly dwarven women. They had the backing of a few hardcore universal Asgilist sects that had remained since the Great Project concluded. Great Project, a period of 12 years where massive dwarves immigrated to the newly reconquered and founded Norvik to be employed in the construction of the city. But when Earth died and talks of an election grew loud, the dwarven woman had a hard time getting through, both because of the less progressive Asgilists and of course the traditional cultural practices of the Earth folk. Here was a lightning so strong it rattled your sack glasses. The fuck? Oh my god, stay safe. Stay safe. What are you saying what to, Cece? It was far away? How long did it take for the lightning to hit and for the thunder to hit? Which makes it even more strong? Probably. What is the distance? So the movement didn't kick into gear properly until, of course, human women decided to join. That is traditionally how these things go. I mean, what, the Stonewall riots, led by black trans women, have been completely co-opted into gay men culture, right? Who the fuck thinks of black trans women when they think of Stonewall? Human woman? Oh boy, those are scary. Tell me about it. Mind you, this was after almost 2 decades of dwarven women pushing for universal suffrage. Exactly, yes. Black trans women at Stonewall are going to be pushed to the side to tell a story about gay men. Within just a few years, with the voice of angry rich human woman yelling and writing and protesting, the palace patriarchy gave in. That's a history lesson, but here's the part I'm fucking furious over. Yeah? Those rich human women, do you know what happened to them? He waves his hand. I'll tell you, many of them are today fascists. Can you imagine? Can I imagine that the human idealist women became fascists? No, who would have thunk it? They run an incredible campaign in order to get the right to vote, to break their chains of oppression, piss off the tyrannical men, smash the patriarchy, and so on, all to throw their lot in with the very same traditionalist ideology. An ideology that clearly wants to, well, of course, also just not have any voting going on at all, but specifically not allow a woman to vote. I don't understand women. Yeah, well, 2 greasy men are not going to figure it out exactly, but it won't stop me from thinking about it. Part of me thinks that it has to do with some type of opportunism. There's a woman whose time in the spotlight ended once they won the right to vote. Suddenly, their entire platform of activism disappeared overnight. But even still, why nationalists? Well, like you said, they're still human women. Perhaps there is some, if you don't mind me speculating wildly, some type of perverse psychosexual thing at play here. You are the gender guy. Or it is simply a question of class. It probably is. Yes, probably. No war but class war, my friend. They are mostly a group of rich people, and that would logically supersede their identity as women. If the rich human position in society is threatened, they have more to lose as rich than as women. Probably. It's a complex topic, and I don't have fucking time to think about it, even though I want to desperately figure it out. But that is just something I'm fascinated by, you know? The halfling rants about things he is trying to understand. He's able to capture an audience that way, clearly. His points are somewhat close to coherent. Anyway. What do you know about the tea shop? Oh, horrific. He gestures wildly toward the rocky wall. Shit started shaking. It was as if the red rock of Tolstad itself was cracking. For half a second or so. Did you hear anything about it? You should not believe rumors, cleric. But yes, I did hear some nasty stuff. Some people seem to think the owner did it himself since he is missing. Some others think the city did it, since they printed a clear lie in the post. I've also heard people say the Ascolists are responsible since it was their hideout. Or that the Freestriders did it for the same reason, blowing up Ascolists' opposition and so on. It's all bullshit, of course. Don't believe rumors. What do you think happened? He shrugs. Alright. Good. Give me your thoughts on the clan land ordeal. Ordeal? He scratches his nose and looks up into the air. You're not interested? Interested? Of course I'm interested. My homeland is a shell of broken people. The clans of my kin, especially those stuck under occupation across the Golden Line. Golden Line. The geographic barrier and magical wall cutting the clanlands in two. The western side is under occupation of the Golden Horde. This fragile armistice is seen as many as not valid due to the constant guerrilla warfare by halflings stuck on the western side. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Golden Horde, remnants of a celestial empire in Divini Torum, led by a horrifying choir, a hyper-intelligent light being. They spread fear throughout their lands, as well as parts of western Ascani. Divini Torum, one of 8 bands along the coast, it is an askew plain, a slope growing to the sacred wasteland, home of celestials, birdfolk, and originally halflings, as well as the scars of divine warfare. Interesting. So, it's like a mixture of East and West Berlin, East and West Germany, with like the Tatar yoke. Maybe I'm thinking too much about Golden Horde. Maybe that's what's happening to me. But part of me is thinking like, okay, so it's the Tatar yoke, and then East and West Germany. They're being systematically destroyed step by step as the Horde marches into Ascani land. Uh-huh. I read about that. The Golden Horde claimed part of Ascan. Big chunk, yes. And they put up their esoteric wall. He grunts. Okay, yeah, East and West Germany. Clanland's deal, the armistice, was seen by many as a practical solution, since only 2 clans were left to be enslaved and integrated as Horde tributaries. Yeah, okay, it is... Horde tributaries? Okay, it is a mixture of the Tatar yoke and, what East and West Germany, which is... fun. I'm a fan. Clanland's deal on 13 PE, 14 years ago, a fragile peace was signed in the Halfling Clanlands. Golden Horde have since been a powerful ally of the city. Clanlands, a term of the unified Halfling states in Western Ascan. The official name is the Fortnip Commonwealth. Okay. Fortnip Commonwealth, the unified states of Halfling lands in Western Ascan, also known as the Clanlands. They were allies with Norvik in the early days of the conquest. Okay. He slammed his hand in the side. Okay, so... that all makes sense. It is a band-aid. Celestials view time in centuries, while we can see in decades at best. Thus they can take one piece at a time, with generational acceptance in between. It is the most clean method of genocide, one of radiant ghosts and insidious toxic love. Isn't there resistance? Of course! It's a whole damn mess. Ignoring the actual guerrilla resistance west of Line, there's been a massive rally around anti-celestial sentiment in the east. They have attendance sanctions, with Norvik, VK, and even Ilum backing. VK, Dwarven slang for Vizka, as if it needed to be shortened. There's even been coast-spanning outreach all the way to Kargamesh to build some type of coast-spanning halfling coalition. Nothing works. The Horde has a finger in most every trade port. They own land and hold strong ties to every regime. Even Norvik has not officially backed their neighbors. Without Earth, and with Lady Fair not so existing, they're, as the kids say it, steamed. The kids... do not say that. God damn it. Oh my god, they're baked. Hilarious. As you can imagine, the halfling population of the hills are not too happy about this, but what can they do? Nazgul victory might change things, but the Freestriders are in the celestial pockets, as are the patriarchs. So yes, there is resistance, but as of yet, there's no practical way out of this frog being boiled, I'm afraid. He is correct, the Golden Horde is performing impeccably in this geopolitical play. I hate angels. Why do they want it so badly? He waves his hand. It's basic resource conflict. Amber. You know, Electrum. Who cares about Electrum? Nobody cares about Electrum. It's not real. Electrum isn't real. It's a conspiracy. Electrum, an old term for magical amber ore. It is only mined in 3 locations across the coast. It's not real. It's not real. If you don't know, the way that D&D currency works, you start with copper. 10 copper is 1 piece of silver, right? So it's like the metric system. 10 copper is 1 piece of silver. 10 pieces of silver is 1 piece of gold. And 10 pieces of gold is 1 piece of platinum. Electrum sits somewhere in the middle of the gold and the silver, and it completely breaks the metric system of D&D currency. And so he's sitting here, he's talking about Electrum. I'm like, nope, not real, not real. Oh, the Celestials want their magical rocks. The Commonwealth is the only reliable source of amber for the many, many esoteric use cases. Spell storing, item crafting, consecration, esoteric attunement is an extremely useful material, a powerful one. There's really no one to the Horde wants to expand their golden line. If Norvik was more reliant on amber as a resource, I'm sure they would too covet these hills. But trading with the halflings does not seem so different from trading with the Horde, at least not today. What will happen to them? Tomorrow? Nothing. In a decade? Not much. Fordnip will stand by the time I die, in 30 or 40 years, but by the end of this new era, my homeland will surely be eradicated. That is my estimation. Oh, so you live there. Damn, that's interesting. You just assumed that these were terms that this game made up. No, that's exactly why I love this conversation with this guy, Lochi, because it is world building, the setting, entirely off of the rules of D&D. It is why this conversation with this guy is so interesting to me, and probably so boring to everybody else. And they literally talk about how boring this is, because it's just him rambling on and on about the devs' world building. That's all this is. It's just the devs' world building based off of D&D rules. And me, as somebody who loves world building, and is a DM who does this exact same thing with my setting, I'm loving this conversation. When the Golden Line was drawn? Yes, it's not that interesting, but I was on the western side when it happened. There wasn't enough food to go around, so I pulled some strings to smuggle myself east. It's a whole story. I can't say much more. My clan, the Appledent, all live in Tipberry, so it's not some big personal tragedy on my part. It's more of a focused destruction, a grander trauma, something generational, even if I was there to witness it. I imagine you would feel something similar about the Coast War. You could write a book on that. I have. Can't get it published, though. No one wants to deal with legal threats from the Horde. That's terrible. That's all I wanted to ask. Okay. Thank you, citizen. Oh, incredible. The Golden Horde being a bunch of angels is very interesting, especially because my hordes, my representation of Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, are the exact opposite of angels. My representation of Genghis Khan and that Mongol Empire is a bit... It's also a bit German, which is funny, because obviously they combined Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire with East and West Germany. I do the same thing because I do German existentialism combined with Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire to represent my demons in my D&D setting. It must be a completely different experience playing the game as someone with D&D background. Maybe mostly for people like me. I think for most people, it is mostly silly, and they're understanding it. There's a little bit of a D&D crossover there. But I think it has more to do with me and what I like about D&D, rather than just in general having D&D knowledge. I think I'm probably a little bit nerdier about this than even most D&D fans. Okay, and don't get too close to the hippogriff, little guy. Can I go in here yet? When does the sun go down? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Yeah, so that's his office. I don't know how to get up there. Interesting. So I wanted to be on water lane because I was told to be here because something is going down here. Right? I don't know where in the questing tree it's going to appear. But the reason I've been hanging out around water lane and not exploring the actual tea shop incident is because somebody told me something's going down. And so I don't want to be too far from water lane as time keeps moving. Where is it? It's got to be somewhere here. I don't know. It's got to be somewhere here. Someone told me to be on water lane. Yeah, they're still closed. Let's go talk to the Griffon. Sundown is at 6 or 6:30 p.m., you think? Okay, and currently it is 5:20. Thank you. Beware those fangs, and the rest too. Engage! I don't know why I kept calling it a hippogriff. It is clearly a griffin. Whatever. Is hippogriff Harry Potter? Or is that a D&D thing? What is a hippogriff? Is that Harry Potter? Have I been Harry Potter maxing? Oh, I think I've been Harry Potter maxing. That's bad. No, hippogriffs exist. I've just been stupid. No, hippogriffs exist. I'm not Harry Potter maxing. I would never. That is a general mythical thing. Yeah. Were y'all here when Rice redeemed no cursing, which is generally meant to be no cussing from me? And then he got me to say Avada Kedavra twice. And I said, it's not my fault. I'm too pro-trans rights. I didn't even think about it. How would I even know that was a curse? I'm too pro-trans rights to know it's a curse. You approach a ball of feathers and wings and really, really sharp claws. A magnificent creature. Too bad he's clearly overfed. This is a griffin. It is a somewhat intelligent magical beast. Griffon, a famous magical beast of old Dimenor. Terribly a useful mount, used by those with the funds to support their breeding and taming, most famously by the Sturm Riders. Sturm Riders, a group of highly skilled griffin riders. You will require to speak with animals to communicate properly, of course. Oh, I know where to get that. Okay. Harry Potter maxing is when you said I couldn't have a biological clock. I don't think you do. Is there a biological clock that you need? You don't even want children. You don't like children. What biological clocks do trans people have? All women have biological clock? What does that mean? I'm confused. You see a pool of drool forming underneath the open beak of the beast. Wait, look behind it. There's an entrance to the warehouse on the other roof. If you want to get inside, you're going to have to get past this bad boy. Snores gently. I don't have the wisdom to do that. I don't even want to ask what the plan is here. What a majestic creature. Snell, don't you want to pet it too? No, thank you. I'm going to attempt to pet it. You go in and... You're neutral on children, you think? You know how many times you've said that you hate children to me, Cece? I don't believe you. Pet it. Oh, fuck me! What just happened? Where did I go? It didn't do anything! A light tap. God damn it! You hear a companion yell and rush down to the street. Pain. 2d6! Oh, fuck me! The bones in your body cracking, hard ground merging with your flesh. But you live. Almost got it. Gods be damned! What were you thinking? You hear Snell yell at you as he comes running down the street. The goblin eventually makes it down to you, grasping for air. It's good you're alive, but seriously, isn't there a saying about not waking a sleeping griffin? Don't do that again. Youchies. Okay. How do I fix my fucked up health? I'll consume a cardamom treat, right? Or... how much health do I have? Sorry, where's my health? Where is it? I feel like I'm stupid. There it is. Cardamom treat. And svamp extract. Very good. We're chilling. What time is it? Okay. 5 minutes passed. What a mini Free Shredder compound in the city. Okay, so the entirety of the compound is shut down for the day. Okay, so again, I want to stay around Waterlane because we heard that something is going down on Waterlane. So in order for that to be the case, we should probably try to get past the Griffon. And in order to do that, Turk at dinner time. Have a good Turk. Have a good Turk. We're gonna go see if we can get the speak with animals. I believe Nessun had it. Maybe she had speak with plants, and I'm wrong. But let's go see if we can pickpocket Nessun. Maybe we can talk to her and she'll love me. I sure hope she will. I gotta hope. I gotta hope that the mushroom lady's going to come inside of me. With her spores. Yes. Smells like damp mold in there. It's exactly the type of musk I want to smell. I'm normal. I'm a normal paladin. Alright, speak with animals. Okay. Can I buff my dexterity? Snell's notepad buffs my dexterity. That buffs my dexterity. What is this? An amulet? Okay. The tattered cloak buffs my dexterity. Okay. We have everything we possibly can have to buff my dexterity. Yeah, the dream patch is for... no. The concentrated rebarb is for charisma increase. Okay. Alright, let's go for it. Are all the spells in the game picked from D&D 2? Like Charm Person? Pretty much. So from that guy, we got, what was it called? Detect Alignment or whatever. That one is a modified version of D&D spells. All of the other D&D spells I found so far, or all of the spells I found so far, are D&D spells. That spell, whatever Detect Alignment or whatever is called, that is a modified version of a D&D spell called Detect Evil and Good. So its main focus is on finding Fae, Fiends, Celestials, and that type. But the game has added that it also gives you alignment. That is not what traditionally happens with Detect Evil and Good in 5e D&D. But the rest of it is that, and all of the other spells have been completely ripped from 5e D&D. There is one difference, and that is the casting time. And casting time of all these spells have been changed from how traditional 5e casting times work. But the spells themselves and their effects, they're all straight from 5e. 5e being the newest edition of D&D, if I haven't explained that before this point. Alright, let's go for it. Very good. even the designs, level advancement. Oh, I leveled. I dinged. Let's go ahead and get my charisma to a +5. Right? Yeah, let's get charisma to a +5. Very cool. Let's go back to the Griffon. That's not where I need to go. Ugh. Okay. We're chilling, we're chilling, we're chilling. Wahoo! I stole from the woman I love. I need her. I must be known biblically. What is... Oh, is that the invisible guy? Yeah. Let's go to the shrine. See what we can do. So here I can actually showcase to you the spell stuff. Ooh. Pair spells. And traditionally, in 5e D&D, you wouldn't be able to change out your spell list every time you visit a shrine like you do in this game. Normally, what it would be is every time you take a long rest, which is a period of 8 hours in which you do light work. If you're not an elf, that would be 6 hours of sleeping at least. That would be when you would change your spell list, and that would be when you regain all your spell slots. I assume you regain all your spell slots the same way in this game, but that also would be the only time you would change your spell list as well. Get all of this in. Very good. I was trying to see, because I thought, like, it literally shows the exact sort of 5e rules for these spells. Where was it that, is it in the spell book that it shows the 5e rules? Yeah, like, basically, all of this is straight up ripped from, 5e rules. Like, every single thing, straight up ripped. Cure Wounds is traditionally a regular action. So that's a bonus action. Traditionally, Cure Wounds would be a full action. There's another spell called Healing Word, which is traditionally a worst form of Cure Wounds that is a bonus action. Shield of Faith, I don't remember. Yeah. Let's just go. Let's go talk to the guy. Speak with animals. Is there anything else I want to do before doing that? Like, is there a different set of inventory items I want to have equipped? Oh, there's something I don't have equipped. Can I equip the Esoteric? Oh. What's allowing me to do that? Why do I have a bonus except... Oh, because I leveled? Is that what gave me that? Maybe. It's the only thing I can think of. I didn't really pay attention to what I got when I leveled. I just buffed my charisma and moved the hell on. Also, I don't need whatever is buffing my charisma even more. So that's buffing my dex. I don't need that. Buffing my wisdom. Buffing my wisdom might be better. That seems fine. Okay. So you are buffing my dexterity and my wisdom, so I kind of need you. Okay. You love D&D BG3 playthrough and stream when / half joking? Maybe at some point. The thing is, BG3, I think, is not that fun to me. As you know, whenever we play BG3 together off stream, CC, I don't really want to play the game. I am doing my own stupid thing in the corner. The last time we played BG3 together, for those of you who aren't CC, all I did was play a character called the Jester Baby, who went around and picked up every corpse on the map and brought it back to our camp and put it inside of chests that I put in our camp. That's all I did the entire game. And then every so often, Cece and our other friends would say, hey, we need your help for this fight. And so I would come in and I would help them for the fight, and then I'd go back and I'd collect all the corpses that we killed and I'd put them in my chest back at camp. And that's all I did the entire time. Alright, I think we're ready to talk to the Griffon. Your spell causes you to feel lighter for a moment, as if connected with the sworn dreams of the Griffon. Then it fades as a deep growling voice enters your ears. Yo, he's so cool. Or I don't know its gender. So deep growling voice. You. Foolish. Biped. The Griffon gets up from its slumber with a dark groan. How many times must I make it clear I require rest, or do you wish to taste my steel? Good morning, sleepyhead. Still it is, then. The beast spreads its wings. You may address me as Giorgio Valsantigo. Master Giorgio Valsantigo. Wow, this beast lives on a pedestal. In the pub all day. Exactly. But I'm sitting there playing video games. I'm playing video games. Now what Logi and FemFilmbro are talking about is something I've streamed. I play Stardew Valley sometimes with Logi and FemFilmbro, and the entire time I play in the arcade while they go ahead and do everything on the farm for me. I'm just a silly little guy. I'm just a silly little guy. Who's hot? The Griffon? What the fuck are you talking about? I do have to water. The only reason I do that is because you let me do the beach farm. And you told me I had to water if we could do the beach farm. Alright, just play it. Greetings, Master. Thank you for getting out of the way. You're welcome, Biped. Now, I am in a good mood after my nap. Go ahead. Ask me whatever inane questions you might have. Sleep well? Until you showed up. Yes. You came in late and regretted? Nah, I have no regrets. No regrets. I had a dream where I kept smacking bipeds like you around. It was wonderful. How'd you get the name Giorgio? My father was Tiz Lamiergi Valsantigo of House Valsantigo. We are bred to be perfect. The Griffon growls, leaning his beak in towards your face. Interesting. This Griffon must be one of Veta de Re, typical racing breed. Veta de Re. a minor but wealthy gnomish settlement east of Norvik. They breed racing griffins, who many journey to sea during game season. It is built into the side of a dormant volcano, yet its small fertile valley is free of the curse of the burned coast. He could smack me around. I don't want to be smacked around by a guy named Giorgio. My name on dating apps is Jork. And if you wouldn't be slapped around by a guy named Jorg, you should not be slapped around by a guy named Giorgio. Evil bisexual. What, you really want to be called biped like that because you're bi? Okay. I see, so you originate from Vera de Ire. That is correct. Of course, you've heard of my home kingdom. VDR is the greatest city on the coast. VDR, short for Vera de Ire, a small scrawny city-state known for its griffin racing. Real gambling palace if you trust the stories. The gnomes who live there have served my lineage for over a century and a half. Once I finish this obligation in the west, I'll return to rule my house once more. Soon enough. Soon enough. What do you do around here? I handle scouting for the boat bipeds, though they do not hold any interest for my valuable information. Some of the less rugged ones I even move around from time to time. I traveled with one a few days ago, all the way to this strange, cold land. In return, I get fed a glorious amount of sustenance, more than you could ever wish for, biped. Like, nah, I'm normal, just a silly girl. I want you to know, this guy is an animal. He's not talking to me because he's sentient. He's talking to me because I cast a spell on him to talk to an animal. The way I'm talking to him is the same way I would talk to a fucking dog. This guy is not a sentient being. It is a literal beast. Do you want to fuck your dog? Okay, white woman, I see you. Get the peanut butter out. Freak. Noticeable. Who did you fly with here? A biped of your size. Approximately. One with a gaudy sense of style. Some type of ground delver of a human, I believe. The type to head deep below and not come back for many, many days. It's sad, really, to be a biped. Like you. We could find its owner below, then. Got it. What a lovely creature. We can ask, why do you call me biped? Why, for that is what you are. A two-legged, featherless biped. Ah! I see. I see, we're getting in with the, wow, Diogenes. The Diogenes belief. Two-legged, featherless biped. That is a man. Do you disagree? I do get ready to argue about your identity as a person. Yep, I certainly can. That's it. It's dog pussy got me acting up. Fuck me. You really always double down. Of course. And what incorrectness will you spew in my direction, then? I'm sure Cece would love to spew in your direction. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. You may call me Wizard. Wizard. You are no longer a cleric. Instead, you are now a wizard. Gain 100 XP for changing your class. Ah, that is why you suddenly learn to communicate. You are cheating. Yes, with magic, I'm very smart. For a biped, mayhaps. But you are magical, just like my wonderful gnomish servants, then. A knack of magic is a good trait in a servant, you see. You should consider bending the knee. Again, Cece might bend the knee to you, but I am not going to bend shit to you. It would be good for you. That's it for now, thanks. The voice disappears from the Griffon immediately. Had a good chat? Didn't sound like you were best friends exactly. Wait, what did it sound like to you? You've essentially been squawking for a while now. I would have laughed if the noises coming from the Griffon didn't scare the shit out of me. It sounded like you'd be gutted any second. The Griffon and I came to an understanding, I think. Sure, let's go before the bird changes its mind. I'm in. Crate full of ruined fizzy drinks. One of them seems fine to drink. Ooh, fizzy. VK. The note in these crates is signed, your loyal servant, Agent Vera. Get these into the warehouse by tomorrow, or I'll hold you personally responsible, Gottfried. Is that it? Is that the entire purpose of what we just did? Was all of that just to get that? Can I not get into there until the day is up and this actually opens up? That was really it? I thought I could do something here. I have no idea. I don't know what to do because I really don't want to miss out on whatever's happening on Waterlane tonight. Well, now I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm getting a phone call. Hold up. There's something there, but you can't get to it on day one? Yeah. Yeah, I can't get into this on day one either, so I'm going to have to wait until another day passes or something. Again, I'm just going to look around for things nearby Waterlane, because like I've been saying, I'm pretty sure something's going down on Waterlane sometime tonight, and I want to be involved when that happens. But I haven't used my time wisely. So that means I'm going to have to go away from Waterlane for a while in order to continue passing time, because time only passes when I continue with dialogue. Maybe I could talk with Snell a little bit, and talking with Snell might lead us to Sundown. It leading to Sundown means we can go into the Reed and Mead. But with that phone call, I do think I have to go do some stuff around my house. So that's going to have to be something we wait to do until next week when we play this game. So let's go ahead. We've hit our 20 sub goal. Top Ronmen didn't say anything about what Top Ronmen wanted, so I'm gonna go ahead and spin the wheel based off of everybody who has said what they wanted, and I will make a tier 2 sub emote, and I will gift out a tier 2 sub to the winner of our wheel spin for our sub goals. If you don't know the sub goals, basically I'm gonna hit the button to show you the sub goal. There's the sub goal, and we are going to set up what our tier 2 sub emote's going to be. And that'll be that. Okay, let me pull up the wheel for us. There we go. Or, I guess not. There we go, since y'all can't see it. Okay. There we go. I believe this is what we have. We have 2 votes for Zelesnagorsk. We have 1 vote for Ireland. We have 1 vote for France for our tier 2 sub emo. Is there something I'm missing? Logi, if you want to get something in, go ahead. You've subbed. You can get something in if you want a specific flag. And I believe Zelesnagorsk is going to come from 2 Fem Film Bro subs. Ireland is coming from a CC sub, and France is coming from a Hex Matron sub. And then Logi, you're saying Ohm? Is that Ohm? What is Ohm? Is it the flag of Ohm? What is Ohm? Finnish flag. Oh no, that's Oh, that's I see. It's German for Okay, Finnish. All right. was like, yeah. It's like, yeah. I see. With the, I get it now. I'm sorry, your Germanisms. They don't translate for me. I told you I don't speak German. Wait, give you a sec. What do you mean give you a sec? Wait, are you subbing more? What are you doing? I have to end stream soon. I have to go take care of the dogs. What's going on? I'm waiting. I'll give you a second. It is green. I'm giving you time, film, bro. Film, bro. What am I waiting for? What am I waiting for? Film, bro, please. Don't do this to me. Wait, give me a second. How many seconds? This feels like a lot of seconds. What's happening? When are you streaming Esoteric Ebb next? I was baked but love seeing you nerd out. I normally stream Esoteric Ebb just on Thursdays. Normally I like to keep these sort of narrative games to once a week, and Esoteric Ebb has been my most recent narrative game. I played it during Next Fest demos, and then I played it now. And so, yeah, Thursdays is when I will be doing it. So it's going to be next Thursday, my friend. And watching me baked is how you should watch me. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Oxbridge Film, bro. You can go ahead and tell me you want that's going to add to the Zaleshnagorsk thing. Is that what you're doing? Adding to the weight? Another for Zaleshnagorsk. Okay. Alright. So half chance of getting Zaleshnagorsk. I guess it's not 1/3, so what's the actual percentages? 17% chances for the other 3. Let's go see it. Looks like we might get Ireland. Looks like we're getting Ireland. Hex Matron said France. CC, I believe, said Ireland. So, I have to give out a tier 2 sub to CC. Can I do that while you're currently sub, CC? How do I give out a tier 2 sub? Hold on, let me see if I can give out the tier 2 sub now or not. It was very close, I'm so sorry. How do I give out a tier 2 sub? Well, it's the same as giving out anything, I'm just having problems finding the gift to sub. Okay. Tier 2 gift. How do I give it to someone specifically? Gift to specific viewer. It's gonna be for CC. So cat girlfriend. It's gonna be tier 2 sub. Okay. I can't give it to you, CC. Do you want me to wait, CC, until I can give it to you? Or do you want me to give it to someone else? I think I'm gonna have to wait until your sub runs out. I know you spent good money on that. I'm sorry. Next time around. You might get the tier 3 sub. The tier 3 sub is even better, Film, bro. That's gonna be at 30 subs. Tier 3 sub. Alright. I am gonna give you like 10 seconds to respond, CC. You care about the flag, I know. It's gonna be once we get to 30 subs, Film, bro. Once we get to 30 subs. Alright, I'm not hearing anything from CC. I'm gonna go ahead and end this up. Ending. There we go. So, that's gonna be that. Let me see. Is there someone we can give a raid out to? Let's see what's going on. Okay. Okay. Let's just go with that. Who's doing things? People are doing things. Trippy's playing Zomboid right now. I'm going to be playing a Zomboid with Trippy tomorrow morning on stream. So I guess this is a self-promotion for that. And I'm going to go ahead and start that raid. So he's playing Zomboid right now. He's just playing Zomboid with the Arrow crew because Arrow no longer can stream in the mornings with us. And that's what's going on there. And they should be having fun. I hope you enjoy all of the Trippy raids. We've been doing it a lot this week, I think. But it's all good. So, as always, wherever you are, I hope you have a good day or a good night, y'all. Take care with everything. We have emotes. What about emotes? I'll have to do that next time. I can show you what the Ireland flag looks like, but I think we know. We'll be fine. How long until the raid goes off? All right, we have a minute. I can go ahead and pull up the Irish flag for you if you really need to see the Irish flag. Oh, you need the raid message? Hold on. Irish flag. Hold on. I want to show you the Irish flag before we go. Before we go, here's the Irish flag. Hold on. Why is it not here? Why aren't you here, Ireland? Look at that. There's the Irish flag. Okay, great. All right. If y'all want to participate in the raid, stick around, get channel points. Here are our raid messages. And go ahead and copy whatever raid message you need to copy. We're going to go check in on Trippy. They're playing Zomboid. It should be fun. Trippy, Arrow, everybody. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. I guess that's everything. So, goodbye!